Citizen TV, the citizen's power. 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 Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
The artist stand man intimi declare say nipa win nipa no win.
Okay. And Fabio.
And win by a futu. Also
after your market.
Yes.
I want there was allegation say na omo je vote by Kwabena chiska. That's one about a after market scratch chiska to
but I want to say after your market bodyguard coaching sika is what we radio gold reporter you know.
There were issues in a futu concerts, but I don't know what I was
because
there.
Enra nyumre obi send me information this but meant me and pay attention to it. But we will cross check.
Yeah,
we will
okay,
cross check.
okay.
Then Ashanti region, Eastern region, Omontoy.
Eastern region, almost any Ashanti region because and also failing of biometric machines. Any other so it's very disappointing and I don't think that any well-meaning Ghanaian will be happy with the conduct of the electoral commission. So common this like and how in the 2024 this is just like a mock exam for the electoral commission.
It tells you that we are dealing with a very reckless woman. A man for because on say the last time about one district level yeah there were issues but then to see you understand, so which means now they are testing something new towards 2024
sure
they are testing something new
where
they say they can use it to manipulate the 2024
elections
you know na akofasa problem we na aba.
But if electoral commission, you did a press conference showing Ghanaians say why you ever ready. So why you ever ready? I'm sure that even if the intention is to manipulate this one for purpose of the nearby election, you could have done it well. Manipulation put we fail. And
but you see they are testing the system. They are testing the system. They have brought in new equipment. They test the system. They are telling us you use indelible ink view.
Yes.
In two beja.
And it can be a big problem.
Baby, and taform you. Almost a check first penny no. Kakrano couldn't go through because it gave the same feedback. So why dada? You understand?
Yeah.
So yes, say they are testing equipment to steal the 2024
because the only thing that prove the casting of ballots the indelible ink.
Yes yeah that
it takes days for you to be wiped off
because and mete sa foolish boy no our easy one boss man kwasiano mete nka say because now we have biometric there is no need for indelible ink. But 2020, you use the indelible ink and you use the biometric.
Sure. Indelible ink, I think that once our NDC for back to IPAC, I think that they should strongly oppose.
The point is one. The IPAC, let me tell you, Jane Mensah, that idiot, on IPAC meeting.
even of record unsolicited for views.
No.
She imposes her intentions.
Indelible ink issue. Woman discussing or IPAC. Talk to the political parties or Mokono. They never discussed it at IPAC. She will go and meet on a nema akoshifo ma no omo atutu omo ni achi abesi omo ha no. Omo koshiesia or cantonments. They talk about something, they take decisions.
And I was reading comments on social media. Ansah said we face omi enjafa asofo penifo who spoke hate back John Dramani Mahama years ago, criticizing him for every single thing he did. Where are they? Me former moderator, me president, me former moderator, Marty.
But you know, then your former moderator is a thief. Then you said that a thief.
Sir, or say President Akufo-Addo by Yebisa and he doesn't talk.
Yeah,
he responds to text messages.
Well, about them.
Nonsense.
Yeah, about them. But the point is that anybody say KOJ, we are surprised. So who check one more history very well. Omo acquire omo faso a form of mine in Yama. And the only time omo form of mine in Yama is by joining hands with the UP tradition. That is the only time. Yeah, they did it with Buzianum. They did it with Akufo-Addo Papanom, Edward Akufo-Addo. You understand?
Yeah.
So they have been in this, and Osha, a family. The Mate family, a family. Omo diagrache, and atwaswa baba besine. So how can we get back and grab whatever?
But Commander,
we need to use.
We should understand that the 2024 election are here come. Let me do or die. No matter the example, do or die.
My position, my Kai NDC response on this assembly elections, and the infractions and all that I've read there. I think the NDC treated this government and na assigns with kid gloves. That is what I feel. I may be wrong.
Of course, I agree with you.
Yeah,
I was even saying that it looks like the NDC is not ready for power.
I because my reading Omo a statement, and the statement is a little bit.
Because even me yesterday on 505,
it's not biting.
Mustafa Gbande said that they have evidence of Honorable Hakum Sisode on a hooligans enam. Where is the video? If indeed you have video, show it.
Yeah.
Take it to the police. Let them investigate the issue. Let them bring perpetrators to book.
But you see,
I mean,
if I want to assume that NDC Nimadia Omoye, because now they are testing the system. Here you see indelible ink equipment, I say you better be winning. They will translate it to 2024. Ubos you bet me out to voter region baby. No man catch us Ashanti region better the following day.
I agree. That's true.
Yeah. James said that idiot.
But you are calling for chaos.
Yeah, that foolish woman on they will get what they want to get. My only problem is that I don't want to think NDC is that weak. However, some of us who were around in 2008, we know how the NDC fought a power in 2008 when Kufonum were just about to plunge the country into something. You understand? And sir, project, event.
Yeah.
Sorry, process. What do I say? A process. It starts from somewhere. Akufo-Addo winning 2016 was a process. He was daring the security.
Where is the process on the part of the NDC?
Now everybody in NDC is afraid of the kind of security Akufo-Addo is using. Everybody is afraid going to cells. Everybody is afraid losing his or her freedom. You understand?
But if you say rescue mission, you have to go through every single pain to rescue the nation.
The kind of force that Akufo-Addo used. Akufo-Addo to me use force drew baby. Emma Ghana for catching this for say akwa we obeko ntokwa ntimu de mumie nyai ma no. You understand? Yeah.
It's true.
Oh, obo wa not on to my Kufuado. Media akwa we opentokwa opeso okontokwa mu de mu nyai ma no. Na asumdie mra. You understand?
So he wants sympathy vote out of violence.
Out of violence. Meme there, I've been telling the NDC. Miniano, but se me na NDC Kramia. And Kasa district about 2 way level way no. Oh, nka ebefe.
Because
remember na ya ofe na me dia send the signal ma say ade say na me no nyina beye. Because una uma asisi nsuom nam hotel. Nkwasi afosa no. Mo na mo ayi ajapade. You understand?
The NDC should have gathered information to organize press conference even today.
Mona more cantonments, mona more to top prime lands, mona more projects. So if you want us to destroy it, we are here. We will destroy it. Maybe that is my approach. So maybe NDC Kramia. I won't go back. My issue statement that say they say no, because when you say Tema East, Tema West. Bepem sa me no ka say. Omon ka aba no. And then this for no boys na ye ka e wo lord kwa no mu. And omo nya obi ama no meboa wo mo.
Can you imagine?
Omo fra me fra homache. They were like Bobie Monsor mra. Oh, but Okono, you baby say Oko in what capacity?
Exactly. So we a party penny and as we call century.
Omo, I saw omo frere omo no. Omo nyamwa because omo so omo frere. I don't want to mention name. Omo see ni panic catch omo say assembly and non-partisan. Into omo ntimema.
While you know that the politics no matter what.
Oh,
let's know.
I don't want to mention the person, but almost say.
But if that is what the person said, then the person has disgraced his own party.
Well,
because
serious guy no oko contest say do sali do no. According to Omoche say he won his place in the electoral area. No, he won. Omo ba kai ba no. Omo epesom de ko ba bi fufuro kai.
Wow.
Entinra and then this for nkola nso pa attire no mo de be si gya so no mo te wo. Say mo de boxes ni be free akode a.
Yeah, twema.
Jese mo hwie attire nyina agu fom. No mo yire wo mo ma ade a cheye. Se be ya nipa beba. Minim se sa mre no obi akoboa wo mo de a.
You see, and this is where youth on Mabemba bu. Because even Ketwa Imponu ye from na mo made a in edu kesidim dia ye from ma maintain ye be janus ah. So and this is where the NDC has to be vigilant and make sure say they meet or they match up with the new patriotic party boot for boot, whether they like it or not.
Yeah. So because say nipa no, you have this foolish woman sitting at the EC there, and she thinks she can do anything and get away. The woman is running away from a procurement breaches, knowing that NDC coming to power, she will be prosecuted. So, Mama no to us ano. Where this Kabone, Edim Kwasi Asema, she knows very well.
Of course, with the procurement breaches issues in the
what do I say? So let's do everything. Let Baumia come. Nama resign from EC. After 4 years, Mumbai we now 7 die. You understand?
Such wickedness to the nation.
And you know, Mama no to us ano. On a boss man, they are running away from so many things. And to no, now Akufo-Addo the nation say it's in your own interest to make sure that you manipulate the system.
Send be a one kasa you not be prosecuted.
Exactly, because hey, eba enya miyankwa. Ubekobi. What you say? So what ye a year PDS leaked tape between Gabi Wachidako and a Sa Baba Noa. What you small kind? Or catch and say, look, someone you don't want me and ya dear way ya. Yenani home battery you. After going to opposition. Yes. So they know. They are aware of the consequences. And now Obia from an angle should fight and fight well.
Sure.
Dampare procurement breaches. other murder cases is hanging around his neck.
Also on the security part, and he has to manipulate.
Exactly. On trial man this imra. Now mumma prosecute no. And that party keeps on telling. And I so one or two media for monka said me call your mama fee Ayana Atamios. We know his interest. Yenim ninchi, yenim where he is coming from. Omo nim dampare na they don't know dampare. Go to Pepra or Pepra, Ghana Armed Forces.
Yeah.
Upon Pepra has been with the UP tradition from day one, way back. Nothing raging commotion upon Pepra or more. What do you say? These Ashanti old men, no, you don't give chances. So they too, they need to protect, because look, even in the military, the kind of things are esi wa garu.
Yeah.
There is no way power will change and upon Pepra will go scot free. Even if the next government decide not to touch them, somebody will just walk to their family and do what is needful.
And they are not correct.
So, enya better more going enya kufo Rollins time na uko opposition no afa wadi no. Now Ghanaians are learning hard way, and people will teach Akufo-Addo the hard way on the street.
But
so they are running away from all these things. And omoye first test the actual. Me say, say omoja Ashanti region, Eastern region, 2024 general election. Ombema bebia to we catch or say Ashanti Eastern better the next day.
Bobie, I hope that the NDC is seeing the signals on the wall.
Because anybody be catch us say by 3 p.m. na bebia ya to abawi.
Yes.
And yes, I know kind. Say by 3, even MPP, NDC, they were talking about it. And yes, I know, say 3 p.m. no omo point.
Yeah, 3.
Assembly level
elections.
3. So they a pilot project in Omoye. That pilot project no. Or catch us here be pon 3 no. And what Danny ade no the call. Say Ashanti any Eastern. E beto ne da way. Thursday,
yeah.
Ekropon omukrom. Beto ne Thursday. Omo be kwa akoduru 2024. Eni mu be di nkomo bi awie. They will come back and tell you you beto voter into strongholds no. Omo beto and this is strongholds no ntem. First day no mo the military ni police ejina omo so. No ma catch us say the Eastern Ashanti any part eye omo no stronghold no.
Yeah.
Yeah, they caught the next day. Because of failure of this, failure of that, failure of this, failure of that. Yeah. That is what they...
Sometimes when you look at the conduct of the EC, it makes you fear as a Ghanaian going in 2024. But we shall allow.
Keoje, they should fear. I am telling you. I don't know.
Because just like you said, the youth are more discerning. I
don't know. Go for Kojira, baby, can and Kwasi Assembly. Well, we shall see.
I say I am still the president until December 2020.
We shall see. Mona mo first cow. Mona mo first care baby akwakodi. Because 2016 John Kuma a friend say Samuel Oku editor wo gu no kon ho. Say Samuel Oku to bo okra no odwane. Wajaska. Andrew Kabo John Kuma anahwan abunom. Na omo boys na omo afom on national security wo no. They don't know. Omo yankwala omo ni ma de kura ekoso. They have no clue. They don't understand anything. When I got W boys no me national security for ni bia. Last week, e be frame me. Sending me pictures. If you almost see what kaso actually wono.
Wow.
Ba go kura frame me say memra omo obeye it's a house party.
House party.
So be wo me there. Charlie Bobie, for sit, you know. I'm saying no. What's that? As I said, what was what your kwasia? Go there. Go to Danfa. Actually,
yeah,
they are there. Do you think these boys wants to fight and die and leave all those things?
Not at all.
Okay. And it's a good for to see a baby. Yabesha, mama na what properties across. No more seen across you know nsase ọmọ afefa eso o si yebere gabi na esi asase radio yebere
but
wona say ukrom ayi your friends echebi why you say tezex yebere so o si yebere so amkwase akasa na yebere
Bobie, the NDC should be vigilant. Baby Adruno. Because the MPP is bent on breaking the eight. Breaking the eight, no matter imagine is a cost form on breaking.
I don't want to sound like I don't know what the NDC they are doing. Because me nko meeting, yeah, omo modi. But me that's what they me information to NDC so say Ombeji power. We should use every legitimate means to get Akufo-Addo Bawumia, these criminals out of power and teach them lesson on the street.
Okay.
We should use every legitimate means. Every means. Even NDC Diana Nyeya, Ghanaians should find another legitimate every means possible. Adiana Yadinya Wamu Asen Central, right? Asen North.
Asen North.
We should replicate it. Asen North, and you are being a catcher. Maybe list to a drew Chroma 3 weeks too. We were moving through the bushes, talking to the boys, talking to ghetto boys that matter. Womu ba mumuru womu kuomu. So mu bedim kwasi asemo ha. Ya kwa tosa media mfinum. Ne manu bisu nemu. Boga for na ndisi bogas do. Ya omu de ya na omu eye pentimani mansa na omu ba campaign no. Ombe Photoshop no omu ba no na adwuma no ya wie.
Mo wie adwuma no.
Aha. Entu obi antwan omu. Because keoje say me no ka say Akufo-Addo cars na kwaji $25 million dubious contract. You bet you see travel in the next 4 years.
Yeah,
so almost say na on person mo ye no a. Akufo-Addo Ninsam phone back no. Where we shall see. Where we shall see. Where we shall see. Who now want mama more properties. Hey, Sergeant Do. One survive it. Omo president form do almost a brew almost say omo ye mema. When it came to the crunch, what happened to Gaddafi?
Yeah.
Oh, Ghana na be Ghana. What happened to Bagbo? Bagbo they raped him. They raped her. So Rebecca and Kasa and Akufo-Addo. Nasa ne well
arrogance in the bar.
Debio. They are come no onzro wo. Boys them on street more money abre Akufo-Addo no so no. They don't care. Those NAPCO people no money abre. They don't care.
I tell you. NAPCO for yes Shambo say after the program, you be more permanent. Now Omunyina go back to Graduate Unemployment Association.
They don't care.
So where was the promise then?
They don't care. They don't care. They are coming no. Sikanini here ni ku. Oyani no unim de oka. Enaminu be wune. Enaminu be shepie to baako. Ena wankumi a memeku.
No great.
Na sikani no. Ohwe ne plasma TV. Hwe ne AC about them. Hwe ne atmosphere ne ka sesi wa. Ono what is sikani ka se menu be wuda.
David no wu na ho be feja pade no.
Sikani ka sa wo se o de metro fa. Sikani nye gidigidi. Ti sa wo so wanya sikani de. O go trust da be ba be gidigidi a. O hia ni onsro wo. Yeah. Onishe.
Onu be wu mama for about benefit.
Oh, yeah, ono there no.
Sure.
He has nothing. And this I say, well, yeah, be here. No, catch o mano. No muntu tu omo adan omo ne ma no free Ghana. Muna mo asisi niema. Yes, omo ada properties in Guyana,
Sure.
Dominican Republic, into we no mo ja okra no problem. Yate. But who abusia wa bomosu? This is your hype.
Now the omnya ko good ani mu abrochiro.
What is our nyina? No obi ahu say there. Wonni nipa ba akokora o Ghana. Because for us to sit here, for them to replicate the Yahunu our assembly, you know, me I won't speak for NDC. because any member who can almost say a young man can radio, so we know what we know.
Okay.
We know what we are here now. Actually, pa, ye tem komo. Inti me da sorry a. Masem nyansi nyame bua me. Na se me nko akura metimi atu akufu ado ne ba wo mi a me ntu wo mo. No bia ehun tono because these are demons, criminals. Okay, thank you.
Madam Dasi.
And you be discuss your deal you. A Japade.
Okay.
Thank you. Mamen ko efutu na mene ye ma no coffee. Oya djuma radio gold enko din komo. Coffee akwaba.
Yeah.
Coffee at say.
That's what me know.
O emphasis ya.
Hello, mbajo to me kan.
Pacho me to on kamenia. Pacho o emphasis ya.
Me wan kan.
Enra district assembly about to know what happened. E dey see.
Yeah, me know me da say. Enra assistant training no yes man say me ko Winneba na me ko provide coverage of the election. Na ekoso ewo efutu I'm talking about the district assembly elections no. Nti enra baby I call yes me call provide coverage no electoral area no your friend Abasraba North electoral area. Nti how anana year one and I provide coverage for the election and you kwa so for be so no some can almost some COVID. Now from the beginning and upon ko see you no bibia e the electoral officers no munya electoral materials they started most of the police station they started on time. Nti the bibia so boko until say awiem around 3:30 hono abra na me wo police station back wo University of Education almost central campus na police station minu na na wo na me jira back ho na me monitor election no me jira na me hu say car bi abe parking o car no Toyota Corolla na car no ash car no me parking o no dey prekunta me hu an say driver no eyi ska okite ska bondo 555 cities fresh from the bank and was process ska no from her not to scan go from her na say you be no so to scan go from her
Hold on Coffee uhu car no
but I say
uhu car no
me see me car no Toyota Corolla car no ash
o peke car no number
Dabi
okay all right okay Pacho Twaso
nti call any say scan go from to scan go from her no omo na omo gina line nim ana mba beto aba no omo ni free line nim ana omo ko some ko phone scan no nti no bia phone scan no from her nti me as in century you know me na kakra I was a little shocked nti me phone send me video the ekoso no nti abraham video ni pa na drive car na o to scan go from no ohu me send me video na nya me nkwa me any in century ni ba ko all so ejuma on Nice FM ewo Winneba eho dia no eledi ni yefa no abena sewa ono so century ni eho na me ne nam nti aba mi video no no so video nti ohu ye no ana otu ka no koye nti otu ka no koye no and do 5 minutes ana another car FM buy no na metro no enfu bi no na omteka ni ana you see ye na ba ko jira ka no na ba ko eba no so oba ere na o se obeso ni me din komo ana mi za se komo be na obeso ni me di ana o se video na e wo mi phone so no opese mi fa mi phone man no delete video no free mi phone so ana am say how can I don't know you from anywhere, how can I give you my phone to delete a video from my phone? Ni kase ya na wa holding me na me say good atade enemy me press tag atari me wa holding me send gidi send me phone man no me send me phone man no it no pipia me or so me say no chase me say by force or deep phone if me say na me say me fa phone ma no dia kwa me ka say me sa ben kom me fa no me say me fa no me ya me pija kwa enyi because I say emu say na emu ya me ya nti na fa phone na ma no o say me fa phone ma no no enu o twe sekan o yi sekan jackknife so the second number woman and I'll show you no catch me say obetumi okumi a
meba o de oyi meba coffee de oyi jackknife no na one hwan na nam
me see ayo no kwa no na wono kwa car ne be park wo no macho men for two ne see free car nim ana baako ejuna car na baako ba me so nti de ba me so no no eno yi sekan no wono kwa na ba me so no ni lady no ana ba yi so be gi e phone na wa delete video no efu ye phone so nti no fa
uhunu a meba o uhunu abehu no
amehunu se amehunu
I see
mehunu se amehunu nti no fa phone na ma no eno yi knife no say o hwe mani no say so fa phone na ma na okumi a enko be bia obi antumi nyane hwe nti at that point no me hu say me ko esem ana me dia phone no ma no no ana ji lady no ono so edi ne phone e share ne bag him into what she lady in the bag na bag e lady ne ho she bag no a lady in the bag no na ni phone mi na ewum eni ni sika eni ni edro medication ho bag no lady na here say asthma e won so nti o je bag no eni lady ni phone ni nam akoye nti abra o ye sa no na me phone no beto aba o mo phone sika no obi a oni University of Education Central Campus ho no omo get na no pe no nti na ma nfo bebre ho gofo bebre ho esi opete mu nti omo mo ho ni bebre e ba ga ne so ana no mo boni di Adams Jai do yo no Adams Jai no mo pata no Adams Jai Adams Jai ena oye de obe ena okoye nti leta na ma me fo no mo ka chere ni se ga ne fe na Adams na oye afenyo markets ni bodyguard MP owo efutu I Alexander afenyo markets ni bodyguard eni sa ga ne fe na Adams no.
Okay, so at that particular moment, no, na afenyo markings eni eho ebi.
Na afenyo markings no other polling stations are monitor elections.
I see. Moko police station ko report.
Yeah, if you want, and I'm in lady near call police station. I want Winnipeg and call here report. You call here report. Or much you know me some the AKC na. Into after that, be money, district commander and number. And I'm a fair commander and I'm in
Moko police station. Moko police station.
Yes, me call police station. I want Winnipeg. Police station. I want Winnipeg. No, I want to call and I'm call here report about this scene now.
But Mobo
now, any lady no.
Mobo Adams needing extra police for no.
But I need now a report. I demand police for no. You Adams needing. Say or no and obeji and yamano. Na me after ye can't say we no. And no police in back who at all. If you sure any to you and no found and no for Adams no for so. And I catch Adams and say your phone journalist phone now what any bag no on phone number. And Adams catch a police woman and say phone no name bag no they come on the boss. Name the boss across. I want to be the police in Winnipeg. They know this guy called Adams. I want to see an arrest of this guy. I want to see a prosecution of this guy because the guy yesterday spotted me and the other journalist from Nice FM. He robbed us. He pointed a knife at us and robbed us. He took away my phone, took the lady's phone, took away her handbag containing her money and her everything.
Okay, so which means
apprehend this guy.
Hello,
and
Kofi. So which means say no phone the so Kofi no. Sorry, Adams no.
That's what Adams no. See I no ka say yam phone bi na obi Adam mo dey am me check for flash.
Ana Adams no say o ka che Winnipeg police ni say or the one girl ni am na command the boss which is Afenyo marking.
The boss dey me the boss ko but sa no kan e phone so.
I see. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, be adwuma bad ye be see afro.
Mate.
Okay, so that's it. Also, my catcher must say, edin pictures. Ye compile go. Ye dim komo say ya. Enye se bibia o. Da MPP be call opposition no. We will start looking for all these boys. Adams, Afenyomakin be produce akwano. Ewia kete no osre. Say obia anka obia hwe. But we are just keeping names, keeping pictures. Here the go. Obe produce na ewia kete. Na afenyosi gusro. Intisa. Okay. So let me do this. Mene set Saba Banini Otamens electoral area Utu Senya East Okay, so set Akwaba. I like say aspirant, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Moaba no Mabobo.
As I speak with you, there, you declare and I am ball results for Otames electoral area.
Old timers, right?
Yeah, Otames.
Old timers. Oh, okay. Old timers as in OLDTI.
No,
MENS. Otamens.
Yeah, Otames.
Okay, this is the first time I met it. So what happened? Where did the course on?
I think Endra elections number Shasiamapana. Now, proud to the election day, we have submitted letters of accreditation for the various polling agents at the EC. In fact, on Monday, I had my team members spending virtually the whole day at the district EC office. At the district EC office for the accreditations to be made. And then they were dispatched home around 6 p.m. that we will be called the following morning, or it will be served the accreditation the following morning. So no, Monday you made there 10 something, and I'm receiving a call from EC office was there. We were supposed to do something and accreditation there, and I was saying neighbor, like it's 10. But assuming person let's know there. Will not be possible, and so I'll make sure by 6 a.m. that's Tuesday, I'll have someone there pick the accreditations. And say apparently my electoral area had the PM, the presiding member for the Ewutu Senior East Municipal Assembly as a contestant in the elections, and he happened to be the only candidate now all accreditations. Edema, the polling agents. So when Emma EC officials may insist say every other polling agent and accreditation any ready as an panel. Money agents and the details. I was a polling agents be afar before the start of elections. This became a bone of contention for several minutes. Ansah normal. You need panels of accreditations no at the buy. So these were some of the challenges at the buy. Fast forward, to Kwabena, the response was good. In fact, people wanted change in the neighborhood. We had worked hard. The reflections from Omombe Kwabena na Ekomaye. Results started coming in. Positive results, of course. And the movie from one of the cluster areas, Otames electoral area now has a total of 15 polling stations in 4 clusters. We have the Oakland cluster, we have the Stratford cluster, we have the Comfortano cluster, and then the Marvelous cluster, with the Marvelous cluster having 5 polling stations at a go. And Marvelous, a coalition center. So after the results came in, at the Oakland cluster, I had won 2 out of the 4 polling stations there. The presiding member had won 2. At further Stratford, we have 2 polling stations there. I had won that place hands down. At the Comfortano, cluster now, the presiding member strangely had all the full police stations coming to him with huge numbers. At Marvelous now, I started billing from the provisional results. So we went in, we suspected something fishy. We went into the coalition center, we engaged the returning officer that we would like a recount of the ballot. Every candidate has the mandate or is entitled to a recount if you suspect something. If the results tally the provisional results announced now, that's fine. If it doesn't tally, then we can go on to have 3 more counts to certify the results. We engaged him, we gave him reasons to count. Initially, he was dragging his feet, and then at a point in time, now, Obe my recount, and one mistake. This Mr. guy is the campaign manager for Howard Kumsen in the constituency. He came in, and by the time I hear counting, and I'm light out, and we're in electoral area, and I think 2 other electoral areas. So at the coalition center, we have to be a factor.
Time burn almost started counting. No?
Counting started at 5 p.m. I had moved from the Stratton cluster 5:05 the Oakland cluster to monitor because that place happened to be a place I want to check across. So I moved to go and take care of the place. And so I'm returning officer say all clear space now one my recounting of the whole place. So beside me say, is it only a cluster? And I say no, let's do all the 15 police stations no way cluster. And I'm staying in the dream. I know Kwabena for tax and they buy it. They buy now. As soon as we buy now, there were some police escorts from the mobile apart from police for no. I don't know if the police people were part of the reinforcement because the protracted discussions with the RO and agitations among the electoral people, that's the normal electorate, and the EC officials. And it will surprise you to hear some of the comments from EC officials. EC officials, they say, just I think the view said they were not going to grant us that. The RO had not even said that. Said they were not going to grant us that. And that she expected me to be there. And I asked a very logical question. To just look at how feeble Nigerians is here. Say, in the presidential elections, is anyone president able to be at the over 29,000 polling stations? No. But if he suspects that there are things wrong, we are entitled to call for a recount. And I'll be by the time I'm standing by his presence and then what he spoke to the EC officials, together with the men or the mobile, changed everything entirely. And so a positive action that was going to be going to the recount to make sure say our suspicion is right or wrong.
So at what point normal ebefa a ballot boxes no? Me person the time no other issues or takwane other places. So we just want to pick it quickly.
Time yes car sadia na oba table no and a police for the shas say omu tie me me chita for if you are living with this one mistake ma or how Kumsen campaign manager now.
But how Kumsen eba at that particular moment?
How Kumsen and Bami lecturer, Mr. Nim Neba, or Mr. Nim is the campaign manager for How Kumsen.
Okay.
And to me, some more catch police for any issue officials. In Japan, you so many normal stepping back. I thought initially said they were creating space for the recount to happen. Before I didn't know home, like we were not able to breathe. Your coach, I saw your home. I think so the entire man I had to then one of his guys ran and then snatched ballot boxing contention adequate.
Mr. Enimno guys. Mr. Enimno guys.
Obedu police station or just when he was about to get
Nipacho. Nipa no snatch a box no. Nipa no ni Mr. Nim no nenam.
Oh, your boys now on your bus station.
Okay. But at the crown no mam when he say yemu ya no mo hu at the crow.
Nipacho baby. Yeah, you wanna. But before that thing happened, you will say all the issue officials and the police had stepped back after Mr. Nim spoke. We didn't know. In our mind, we thought they were opening up the space to bring in more tables to arrange the ballot boxes, and then we'll start.
But at the crime, when you are Muntimi Humeno, one at the crow. Whether a pepper spray, and answer a tear gas, or in one will be there.
Whatever they see, it happened. That particular action
that is
4 times.
Maybe now, and Crawford wouldn't in that feeling, no, and answer Monkwa.
Yeah, you table, no, almost you first instance, no bad, and in banning them and no more banner, almost a younger way counter, they may be a Janico, quite, it be more and keep you, and it would interest you to know, say, these men that came, some were brandishing guns, pistols, and other weapons. Before the people to scare the people.
Ballot boxes normal for say.
That's what I say.
Ballot boxes normal for say.
All the 3 boxes in all, and at the January.
Almost fire no, almost for a car bay a Mr. Nim the car now say they just run away with it.
Almost January, almost the ballot box back across a road now because coalition center never quite well. Almost the ballot box back across a road now. You chase you on the back of far and I just say the and about 2 white pickup demo, you're chasing car and so the only ballot are yet DH at the call Kaswa district police officer, yet the district police commander, and you're one of the ballot boxes. And look up on the police played with our mind. Almost
okay, but me about. At that moment, not police for not there, so our grounds so.
The police were there, but Mr. Nim by anywhere, the police now became more of protecting Mr. Nim or just being rendered.
What I want to know is the air course not police for no ewo.
In the presence of them, Bobie,
okay.
One policeman now did the Akatani doing so many he showed me gun and I'll try to say, I don't have money. Me miss a car, me the beton. And I'm saying, I may not have money, but I will not sell my conscience for peanuts. And that power will change in this country. It will change today, it will change tomorrow, and we will definitely come for him. We should not get anywhere. Within Nima, I can point him out. He demonstrated to me, said he was there because of Mr. Nim and his boys, and not us. How can you be driving a candidate out of the place, and allow Mr. Nim, who has no stake in this election, to the peripherals and his voice to listen? Do you know that?
Okay, so me know can say no. Munyan declare winner.
Yes, and declare winner for the which is but one thing I want the district director of elections, I can say whether I like it or not, you go ahead and declare the results by close of day today. Can you imagine?
But Nanka, even without the 3 boxes, now almost to you know. And I say almost.
I say almost in this conversation with you, I see almost. Then I ask, say, the ballot boxes were not sealed. And that what is the guarantee? Say, the ballot woman reflects the true choice of the people, and that staffing. So how would you know? And so, what was an initial?
Okay, so what he's saying is Omo and Omo Ebed declare winner this evening.
That is why by close of today they will declare. They will go ahead and declare that if I am agreed at the results, I can proceed to court.
Okay, all right. Thank you, my brother. Okay, so we rehearsals. We rehearsals. So, and Komono. Ebi wa takwa enkomono other places in Komono bi wa me no bi kasa free northern region ene and I'm busabusa and tactics are use here because almost omo police station krofo be attack omo sa, and he gave me the scenario. And they would like to omo be replicate it come 2024. So over to you, Joe Latte. Fame fire no ensia. Na menkubenum. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. CMG scratch there. And then me check 1,000, 10 million. 1,000, 10 million. Pam. And then me biem nipa be 15. Mo ambed ki abantem no mo dem. Okay, so Given says complaints, weakness, and lapses. You know the people you are going against. What measures did you put in place? Disappointment and we don't need this narrative in 2024. Okay, so now district assembly level. Yes, nache ballot boxes. District assembly level, and even with that they are complaining. Me want some social media for no say apathy at the end there for enkosia, but oye all right. So a Japadia document Tikwame, you will start with a year. This man here, Bobie, who is the head of security in the NDC party? I've asked you this several times. Me, I don't know. I have no clue. I NDC no make I don't know. But at this point, at least the NDC should have central command where information is also yeti some we get documents. Some of the documents into NDC documents omunsakano we in sakano they are not or kind of different way. We in sakano they are not kind of there is no coordination. Everybody is running to public. They can't sit down and analyze. Yeah, scandals are NDC, especially Okuja Tonumune, other MPs, no. Almost I expose under this Akufo-Addo administration. Say, yeah, NDC no power, na MPs, Ansah cancer scandals we are. No, NDC are buying no 4 years, or not 8 years, no way. Yeah, they will coordinate it well. But we there, we no Obia person or call public me who say, yeah, one there, yeah. Till you could to money there, so I know I got to atum. No immediately now we have mass, no, I can't do mass, now we have money there, so they are just going like that. There's no, commanding point. Even some of the informations, some of the scandals, you don't throw it out there. Now say when you say almost as a recruit and no community police for no almost recruit into mainstream police. Edwoma Depot using forgery names, and they are recruiting the Ashantis. They are recruiting them. They know where they will take them to. They know. So, let's see how to. Mame, I'm picking from first page. Me pasa Ghana ni bia follow me a way. Ejapadie. Yebe 11 yebetimi aye bia no yebeye. So ejapade restricted document ejapade. I learned this man is the Chebi chief. Okay. So mpacho, let's go. Yambra overshare a contents noa. Me pacho ye scroll ni kakra wo ye Facebook page. Into betimi a follow. So overshare the contents noa. About the economic and financial sector control. So economic and financial sector control. And you be dealing with the bullet points. Point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4 coming. Now, so you started with economic and financial sector control. So document where they came out to deny it. But no, let's start with the forward. Omo be denying ye, say, oh, and ya no kre. Yanunti na yanemo kamu asem. Ni adia to de esi no. Ni abusa ehwo asem se etisa na entisa. So this is the forward to our future made up of the present and the unborn. Omo yango wo mumpo. For whom this will, ejapade will of a nation is being prepared to our foremost king of Oripani. The progeny spread across this world for whom and to whom alone this sacred document is prepared. Even one links, ye beneficiaries of whatever is contained in this criminal document. As the heirs of Nana Apianin Kwaframa, whatever, Nana Kuntunkrunku, whatever. And for a penny, our people were never defeated in the wars of old. We were nobody's subject, and yet after 1957, we were made to live in the shadows of the descendants of people who never defeated us in war, while the Ashanti Kingdom was uplifted to put us in the shade. In relatively recent times, the struggles and wares of J.B. Dankwa to restore Chiman to its original glory were thwarted, but he fought bravely to the end. Now, you see, this forward, obi a follow bibiano and shall say, Mokai say, that mad guy or Safmafu, Mokai saw Safmafu making statement say, Yaji independence. Na santifo nka ho. Yeah, Osafma for that madman. Ono na yes ha and so already ha say no a. Etwa picture kyerɛw. So already ha. Etwa picture e de kyerɛw because Osafma for one of their allies, though not from Chebia Himfio, but he's an ally. He's an ally. Into one no de suma no say omeka. Omu wini powerful from one. That was the first kwasiakeka efri omonum bae Jimmy Keka. Nobody heard the Kufado condemning it. Nobody heard National House of Chiefs condemning it. That look, adewe identity mu ba omemu, but na sa foolish man no na waka sa asem no. And that is why I believe that we are Santini now to aba, o to aba ma Akufo-Addo a, wajimi unim nyansa. we are Santini and you ever supported the Kufuor political career, where Jimmy Unim Ansah, you don't know exactly what is happening. We the typical Ashantis, we know. We know what is happening. And we have stood on our feet and fought it hard. So they picked Napo mami free achem or papa free. Oh, they started invade a territory numuntam. So yusu Napo ne sa kwa kromfona na no buagum na Greek minister no. Ba akono. Akoto so mami ya achem. And omo Ashanti region. So they use them as Ashanti face. And this year running mate, omoka running mate when people no more Ashanti and no more kobo Napodi. Napo ya Ashanti ni, Napo ya chimini. Oboko prempe. Oya chimini. Omo penetrating system no style bi. And so read this document we second paragraph no. E confirm what Osafmaf asemo kaye no. Na Osafmaf edika make a statement when Jomama was in power. Or say omo no amu mineral resources no dodo no omo mineral resources o masase no. Entra ho ema abusua omo ni hwe emeche dodo fo ade emma oman Ghana. Osafmaf Penny Yaquasia, as all catcher and say, okay, come quasia sem. Wenum Bejna Bontia, na omono Edwomo said true obisu say wenum eya busuan papa mu. But deep down within them, they know when they enter into their rooms, in their chambers, in their closets, they know, they think evil about the other tribes, about the other people. Third paragraph. With the arrival of Nana in reference to Akufo-Addo, we see the rebirth of a second JB Dankwa who has come to the rescue. So now they see the second thief, the second criminal, second saboteur. Inti Akufo-Addo behavior clearly should tell you, Tama and Nkrumah Epe independence. JB Dankwa was the one thwarting on my way efforts to get our independence. So yankai mama brofunu ngo kakra na yen serve as intermediaries between Ghana for and abrofono into ye governors na ye jinkra ye dia cooperating enu o makodwene ho ni abeka de broni so kan akyere mo Nkrumah say no self-reliance now. We don't need them. Let them go. Nkrumah si vaku na JB Dankwa kromfo no na wanamase. Nkrumah si akoso modam JB Dankwa kromfo no na wanamase. Nkrumah si motorway Black Star Line JB Dankwa kromfo no na wanamase. Ebino no Atame Zomama AC ayi your friend say atoabo gas na kromfo Akufo-Addo no na wanamase enye omusi UGMC na kromfo Akufo-Addo ne MPP fo no enye UGMC hospital enye omusi Gawes hospital enye Bank of Ghana hospital enye Bokom Emporium enye Rich Hospital enye Kumasi Kejetia enye Ibrahim Mahama no kotu ayi galamsey wo edum enye Ho Airport enye Cape Coast Stadium enye Tamale Airport Phase 1 enye Kumasi Kejetia market hwese nsuo to ana nsuo bam Wamu traits no. That's how they behave. So the forward a what sa document we no a clear eye opener. Oto aso a ɔkyerɛw sɛdeɛ wɔn bɛfa so akyekyere ɔman ne nsa agu n'akyi. Enti mesrɛ wɔ bibia a wɔtie me, just pick out the foreword, read it carefully. Na bɛte aseɛ yie. Mepacho yemra main issue neso yanshas here with the economic and financial sector control. Yanshas here with the economic and financial sector control. Yeah, nanaya say Kotokraba market, Cape Coast. Yes, Kotokraba market. Almost anye. Bibianye. Now, introduction. I'll say the economic and financial systems constitute the nerves of every country. Indeed, political power and economic control are inextricably linked in such a way that any group that controls economic might of a nation essentially controls its political power. At the same time, political power is virtually a condition precedent to economic and financial power in our country and Africa as a whole. Our agenda for political dominance would hinge on our financial might. We therefore need overwhelming control of the key economic growth pillars of Ghana. Such dominance will assure significant inflow of resources to finance our political blueprint. Again, control of key economic and financial sectors will give unparalleled leverage in the periods we may not have direct political authority. With economic power, we could manipulate the system to generate an unfavorable economic situation enough to make any government of the day not directly under our control to become unpopular. The importance of a significantly large and stable financial firepower to finance the execution of our political and economic control project cannot be overemphasized. So these people want economic power. Enti krono no a omo bono de wiesika. The level a omo destroy o mine wiesika sa ni nyina no eye control. And now they are controlling the system. Yes. Yeah. At the end of our canka, but the level of sika ewra system no. The level of control omo pesika bebre eguo yakasa asem we wa ha. The reason why omo pesika na eguo ne say NDC winia, they will use the money to buy their way out. And not only that, they will use the money to disturb the system. They have money to sponsor boys. They will have money to buy arms. They will have money. And one more years kogu outside in such a way for Jomahama no so ombet nya jisikani nyina back no e beye den papa. Almost say uwia ketua bi a ye ji afru nsem anya den. But we are bebria yajia ebibeka. Now, point 1 to phase 1 overview. Me pacho no what the kosro, na the kosro. The first phase of the economic and financial sector control was to be implemented in the next first term of office. As we get closer to the end of the first term, we have set the ball rolling regarding the objectives set out in our first document. There have been difficulties, largely due to some pitfalls on our part. For example, the control of the electricity sector could have been handled better had it not been for the greed of some of the non-Achim elites we had included as cover. Mepam so be PDS. PDS about time 2018-2019. 2018-2019. Gabi a leak tape no sa audio no you tum na ya moncha o manfo ade krank o mo pe e de ayeyen. So PDS was the first attempt. O man bia hoden eye nyina ma hoden. Se mo nyina ma hoden to fo mo a eno ano no kaput finito. Enti ya nyire ye ho ne ye nsom. Eno o se nkurasefo bi be fra wo mo. Sa nkurasefo no na ama mo antumi execute adekro person mo ye. Again, the way some CSOs obtain vital information easily about the Ejapa project has resulted in them wrong-footing us and emboldened the opposition to jump into the fray. We should, however, find some ingenious ways to overcome the opposition. Ingenious ways, clever ways. Ingenious means clever ways, witty ways. Ompenyansa kwai biso, ompenyansa kwai biso, ompenyansa kwai biso. Na omunfa. So nyansa kwai no how they can pay bribes, how they can pay bribes to the opposition element to stop talking about, because PDS me no ka say sika atiakam be $1.9 billion. Nobody is talking about it. They don't organize press conferences on it. But Skanakam is with them. Or say, changes in the leadership of most supervisory institutions, mainly the Central Bank and Securities and Exchange Commission, has allowed for other blueprints to be implemented. For example, the financial sector cleanup successfully eliminated most banks with hostile ownership. Hostile ownership. Let's do this. Young and Crawford banks. Banks. Ubusom say Heritage Bank. What happened? That candidate for jail, Anderson, Bank of Ghana, or say, the problem you say, Sedu Agongo is not fit and proper. And yes, sir. The problem you no. Okay, so we a leaked tape you have a leaked tape between Gabi.
You can't go below 40.
No, sir.
At all.
Yes, Gabi, you see, we go, we come far.
I'm just trying to.
Yeah. No, I can't go below the 40. I would rather prefer getting off and just getting something out of it and just getting off.
Okay, so I see.
It's just to demonstrate that this is for me and it's not for anybody. And that is something I want to just come up very strong on.
Okay, if that's your kind of position, then we have to let the others know and spread what we need for.
Okay, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
So what's here? Audio we na be kai a overview no. Second paragraph. Or say, there have been difficulties largely due to some pitfalls on our part. For example, the control of the electricity sector could have been handled better had it not been for the greed of some of the non-Achim elite we had included as cover. Now, man, for a busa percentage, or more per percentage. Your percentage way. You're not my grown tea, Jano. You're not my agrono, a teacher. There no be anu so mu use PDS edia be wiaye. Okwa otu aso from a year. The next page after the overview, they talk about data bank. Data Bank Financial Services has been playing the role of transaction advisor in major government deals, while the enterprise group is the main insurer of government assets. A fact. Me pacho say Ghana ha ye wo say no SIC egu State Insurance Company egu enterprise group and a main insurer for government agencies, departments, ministries. Assets. Enterprise group eye kenoforiata dia. Data bank. Major government deals. Data bank engage them as transaction advisors. They take their way minority na kasa. Me pacho document we at the NHS Air Force. Is it not the role enterprise group is playing in your economic sector? Me pacho enyanokre. The raw data bank a play enyanokre. And the end document we Air Force. Document we the end Air Force. Okay. Our international proxies are also playing their parts in accordance with our broad objectives. The insertion of Kernel GVG into the telecommunication space and the implementation of Unipass at Ghana's key entry points are other notable successes of phase 1. Me pacho Unipass issue now. That corrupt, fraudulent Unipass deal. Ewo Ghana port. Me pacho Ghana for esi ana ensi ye. Edawa na se enaho. Kernel GVG eya wo mo fa so wi $7 million. Slow usu. Ekwa wi asom so mo chema se NDC fo bi nya bi o se de yo. Me I don't know. But the Kernel GVG Unipass involvement eye Ghana ni bia nim sam enti ye de na ma document we eye document a Air Force enyan kure otu aso say the digitization of payment process through the implementation of the Ghana Quick Response Codes Ghana QR is progressing steadily and is getting impetus from the desires of banks to entrench digital banking in response to COVID-19. The Japan Royalty Special Purpose Vehicle implementation has been slowed by COVID-19, but it's one that must not be allowed to fail. So now, a Japan Royalties. Mokai say Japan Royalties issue no unity. Samokai yantam on minor agudie. Anfanko si awrwa. No munye ho sika ketua bi. Say $500 million. Na kwasia bi mefa ya agudie nyina nko because sa akromfo wei led by Kufado Bawumia person will render this country a poor country. Ogboro says, Bobie, enterprise insurance has taken over the private sector too. They came to my school some months ago to insure my teachers and I sacked them. Well, notable setbacks occurred in the power sector. As civil society and the opposition entities were able to galvanize enough public opinion against the renegotiation Ameri deal and the power distribution services PDS takeover of the Electricity Company of Ghana. The takeover of Kotoka International Airport by the use of management agreement is also one that is facing considerable headwinds from the workers. The lessons learned from this must guide our execution of phase 2 of the economic and financial sector agenda. These are vital assets that we must pursue in phase 2. Our media and public relations wing must strategize to control the public discourse to ensure successful acquisition of these assets. So in their first 4 years, it was phase 1 now. Phase 1 would describe it for the first 4 years. In the first 4 years, no one to me and grab on your money. But then they need to have a new strategy, a new plan. The phase 2 no. A year 4 more for nanano. After any year 4 more for nananum. So phase 2. This stage is scheduled to commence from January 2021, given the high likelihood of Ghanaians giving another term to govern this country. This phase would consolidate. So going to 2020, they know. Said now a cab fee. In the document way, a day in a woman, a ma document way, see what Ghana ha, a ma document way, a fraudulent document. Tell me, 2020, John Bodo America Kufa do lose. 2020, even what happened in Parliament was a clear signal. The stage is scheduled to commence from January 2021, given the high likelihood of Ghanaians giving another term to govern this country. This phase will consolidate the gains made in the banking, insurance, and capital markets sector. It will also see to the taking of significant stakes in mining, oil and gas, telecommunication, as well as marine and aviation, the area of general manufacturing and commerce, which was not part of phase 1, has been introduced here. Maybe I tell my main come back. Also, this phase will consolidate the gains made in the banking, insurance, and capital market. That's the financial service sector. It will also see to the taking of a significant stakes in mining. Inti yen yusu abujina poni yen koye community mining na ya siasi abeya ejapa royalties na mosimo mayanya ya be fa kwaye be fa so atu gold ne eniema no e de adwane afiri o man wem. Inti yen fa abujina po osano de right ketwa no Samuel Jinapo ya kyerɛ no krono bɔ nti yɛmfa ɔno ne yɛnyusu no community mining but yɛya ne yɛtu adeɛ no ne yɛde adwane afiri Ghana ha oil and gas normal tiasim ɔn sɛ ayi yɛfrɛ no sɛ tɔ say oma kofa nkrofo aba instead say ombe revamp no they are bringing in people ebie a private a crude refinery companies to no Kwame Nkrumah yesi ye ho no President Mills, President Mahama baye through a wadako pagya to esi ho. Say they are bringing in private companies, refining crude, and they have now privatized TOR. And obi dia banu gold for oil. Sani ama we nyina wa document we mu. Sani ama we nyina e wa document we mu. Jerry say, look, Bobie, the Japadia document is a Kufado's playbook. Look at SMLGRA now taking over upstream oil and petroleum sector and also gold. These guys will face the anger of the people after they exit office. Yes. Voila. Go for a Dutch back or Germany question. Not tourists. How can a private company, SML, take over a Juma and Kesa GRA, any MPA for ye, and what the oil industry, but the SML are here, and Yakufado cousin, and yeah. Into phase 2 from 2021, and Yema Omo execute no take over. Yemura oil and gas industry more, they are doing it. Telecommunications, marine and aviation. Me pacho mo form formation bra. Omu ra every sector. Omu dominate be bia. Tio. The area of general manufacturing and commerce, which was not part of the phase 1, has been introduced here. Manufacturing and commerce. Eyada na me kofa niema ba. Ye say yamfa bill enko to parliament. Eni se me pese me kofa niema e se me ko hunu ayi Jimini to say ayi Ketiamo. Na ono atre me quantity ni niema metimi afa e de aba oman no mu. Person my system no. Omo render obia hiani. Na obia akwa omo akwa stressre. Kwasi afosa. Now with the banking, insurance and capital market, that's the financial sector. Or say control of this vital area will need to be expanded from a 2-tier system to 3 tiers. Consequently, the strategies to be deployed in each of the subsectors will be along the lines of mother, that's the supervisory, biological children, direct control, and adopted children, indirect control. So you know the mother serpent. Then the children also taking over. Or Baba Church, the banking sector, no mother no mu. Oria Kwaba. Okay, so we are going. But your phone so.
My phone so, but we
okay. No, we me ya de kosa, ya de kosa.
Because me comedy I can say. Baby, I shall say this is level elections, you know. We said me banana meet you. Yeah. We had a chance and we just be cow. Last week na me can NDC for him. Yeah. Me can't me the two another tour. Me the two another tour. When I was telling you catch the Ghana phone na so omo ye adwuma pa. Once my can last week and then no okabo mu a. Ongusu yo. Okabo mu a. And twice mu. Ongusu yo. Pesa me the chance if.
And dey japade.
You really can see Nana and you hear the giant mammy japade.
Okay, so the banking mother. Control of the mother is essential to control the industry. That's the banking sector, right? Maybe I send the document number. What's the name? Very good. So far, the head of the mother and his first deputy are strongly aligned to our cause. They are from our compound, and we perceive no threat from these two. The second deputy appeases the agenda advocate, and is also not a source of discomfort. In this vein, there is no need for changes in those places. It is however noted that the head is likely to reach. So it goes now. The mother, so what you say?
That's the Bank of Ghana.
That's the Bank of Ghana. Yeah. The biological children, so what you say?
Deputies.
Then yammo adebiso under the biological children no you know so esi. Oh. And I read, these are banks in which we should have controlling interest. The collapse of local banks with ties to the opposition NDC and other rival political factions during the cleanup operations undertaken by the mother was a resounding success. It facilitated the flow of substantial financial resources into our war fund through backflow of some of the advertised cleanup costs. The NDC has been poor in coherently and consistently demanding detailed accountability and audit of the funds spent. True or false?
True.
That's right. The process, the process further led to the establishment of Consolidated Bank Ghana. True or false? Currently, a wholly owned government of Ghana Bank and our proxies are well placed to take controlling interest when the bank is eventually returned to private ownership. And I think they have started the process.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, so many say, Baba.
They have started the process.
Yeah, they know. Dr. Papa was in the Virgin Bank. You do for Virgin Banks.
Okay. So now we know the bank, the mother, the biological children, and communities. Issues about Absa is here. EcoBank. Nina ewa hasi. Okay, insurance ewa. Issues about adopted children. Said ye omono EDNBA. But yen dealing with mining, oil and gas industry. That is 1.43 Mpacho mining, oil and gas industry. Okay, so our mining as well as oil and gas strategies constitute a major plank of the blueprint for controlling the extraction of natural resources which God has generously bestowed on Ghana, particularly the Achim land. Oh, Kasiasem, Jimmy. Growing environmental factors are rendering risky our use of illegal small-scale mining galamsey as a source of financing our political objectives. There is therefore the need to roll out a more rigorous legal means of controlling significant stake in the legal gold value chain. Yenne mo the community mining na yede ebaye. To this end, a cursory look at the approved concessions should be looked at. Asante Bediato is to lead the process to take over these concessions detailed below and consolidate them into the extended Ejapa LLC, incorporated in Jersey. So they have the companies, groups, enterprises qualified to operate here. Oko Ashanti region, company way, Kalim Abdullahi Concentration Enterprise, they are there. Develop Peace Mining Enterprise, Omo Amansia West, Achman Ponwa, a Bentes Enterprise, they are there. Oko Central Region, Upper Denchira. Companies noa ewo ahanyina omo ye adwuma. They have given them license and they are working effectively. All these companies, they are there. Document way bibia enwe wo mu a eyentro. So omo listed companies no bebre amase west okrampo de womo ye ho se ojafadum no bebre. All these companies, Cobra Gold Mining Company, Rosda Enterprise, Dia Mining Group, omunyina, they are there. Now oba bedru issues about funds about telecommunication and yanya no sisi ampacho yembi ono sisi akonta mining one telecommunication. Also, we currently do not have much foothold in this sector. The critical role that telecom companies play in the lives and economic fortunes of this country require us to make a strong entry into the sector. The successful planting of Kenny GVG into the telecom sector has given us unparalleled advantage in terms of having a view of activity flow within the sector and the ability to monitor communication of persons of our choosing. The intelligence monitor communication of persons. Okay, the intelligence gathering power allows us to target and eliminate any potential threat from within the MPP, particularly those not inherently loyal to our cause, and nanas, which include members of the opposition NDC. Say maybe there minimum can say me Facebook wamuna e control me Facebook o enti na me my banche me account ana se enkomo so na ombetie se me enkomo na ombetie dia me enkomo yi eya me ne mo adwuma yi a gabi ne akufu adum yi won enkomo entu dia utie bia adwadi fo enkomo ana me die bi ni enkomo fufuro bia na me production team enkomo a ye die na enkoda ne kakra bi so enkomo kakra bi asa mimi ni nkomo bia bio de mbetie bia no adwadi a me ne mo mo yeso de mo amoni tia Zion fo nkomodie mudibi bo ye Zionist fo mo tebe pono so asori a yekoi mukobi mo awurade anim a mukoi ye anim nyina ti se me kwa awurade anim na obetie me awurade anim ko nkomodia yane de no problem because minu mienu nyanya me ne boye ho ban ti se obetie ye awurade ya me ko nanim nkomo na opezo otia go ahead and listen na bo se me ni awurade so kasa ya oda ne ho adi said oda ne ho adi kire mo no da ne ho adi ediche komo fufuro bia ni ho bio komo fufuro bia eni wa beti but they are using it to monitor their opponents. Into omo ateki a center stage omo ateki control hwa omo wie no Saturday we taking control of a telecommunication sector no adiom de babeni start from the political terrain. Point 2, the political terrain. And minya meye we ni mawa then major ma na dia ye wie we no ani aba be district assembly dia no quick. The political terrain. Pacho obi a ofolo bia nyi document na o say as we make the final push for the EC registration, it is important to roll out our final onslaught to ensure that NDC eventually becomes a French party. Whereas we do not expect the Electoral Commissioner herself to blatantly cripple the NDC, we could deploy the other non-EC functions, such as the need to maintain law and order, using our people within the security agencies to frustrate NDC supporters from either registering or voting. Brian Champion will be key in this endeavor. Epacho Esiana NC. Enti. Enye se omo nkrofo a womo ewo system no nko ahụ, they are also buying NDC omo kura ya dimbe kram de mo renegades. Are they renegades? Saboteurs. What that they can buy them into say almost since printing press and almost printing a binum newspapers, directing them how to, what to put on the front page and what not to put. Exactly. Discuss. Yeah. Into NDC paper B. And your soldier Mahama Mua watching a form. Omu yusu Samia Okunum. And a day a change no. Almost as no more 10,000 Ghana a month. You are selling your conscience for 10,000 Ghana. Where Jimmy Abodam. So now the issue Atamios wohono. Now the issue no say ope Ghana ye and now ope a year NDC ye. But the issue was that look, Kwabena tembiano, you should be in control. Senya wo dia ene yen sei nti they say there ene me the newspaper be kwa maba omianom normal print ama me na me dia Sergio Mahama say nipa no wo fa wo mo gira wo say yenka NDC achievement yenka MPP achievement. They know NDC John Mahama have performed better, but for their pocket to almost start 10,000 Ghana a month. Also, crowd are diabetes. Untimin chuanum. And so be sure was na day. Na ke wona na waye nyanga sa na se ono a kodia ba fu aduane. Ye moska. Ye machit comport kofa cows uni ahoto. Uni ahoto. Me Kwabena me wa ahoto. Me wa ahoto pa. We mi free. Na aka me 150 makoto akoko. Lay and din bi. 95 Ghana. And the mess team. Dia she fridge mu. We won katie. We won kruma. Ochina matoko nkunte asa. Sorry ano pa maka ne troka. Nwa me nkruma asa aguso. Nyadua kakra matwitwa eguso. Obeba akwankwa hi anu am teme ho. Twa betie ne mfuruma ye friend say enfifire timi motuom ne bi timi pan mu. Me di mi se free mu na me ko Facebook ko kan kwase asma kire kufu ado. Efiri se me wa hotom. Me no bia ni asem bia wona wudidi enso wo fon. Ya print newspaper man won so wo fon. Adwenjire da so boni nti onipa ni ahoto. Boni di onipa beko hell. Ubeko akwaje chit ewo airport airport akoyika ubetwika no na ni ahoto. Esi no so ana adani ja na ehyehew. Petro nimika bukura nyame adumunti meso me esia eso ebo cool efri se me ni obia ni turumuhwe. Obia sori mebusam se na anu sika na adwuma no wanyo me ni obia ni ho asem. Uni principles ka akronfo sei awudifo sei undi wo machi enye ka prekra mfiri omoda akronfo asefo tse kufu adonom omusika kra anka di kwa sei wakono akronfo criminals omamboyefo omusai oman yen dealing with issues about the party, the MPP party. Also, the youth and women's wing of our party remain our weakest link. Every effort must therefore be made to get our national organizer to fill in the gap. Same applies to getting Esler to assist the women's wing. The substandard tag on Nana Boachi seems to be a perfect description of who he is. Per the earlier assessment made by DM Oforiata and co-writers of the August 2019 report, this is a tag we should actually shroud from his personal knowledge. In the meantime, we should keep up assurance of broad smiles towards him until he's gradually waned from us. He pales into insignificance in comparison to George Opariado of the NDC. It is therefore important to avoid a one-on-one debate between our youth organizer and that of the NDC for the time being. In the same time, I'm not national youth organizer.
Yeah, development is something that came before the 2020 elections.
And that
one came before 2020.
One, yes, but wait.
And this one is the friend is an advancement of the entire
document.
Plan.
Yeah. Sent to Ombema first phase.
Yes.
First phase, no 4 years, no.
Yeah.
Things they were able to achieve and the things they were not able to achieve.
So as of now, they are doing what is beyond way. Post this document.
Yes.
There is another document.
Yeah, but no, but when is telling you the 4 years and Nema or Mashisha Guo for the 4 years.
Yeah.
What you say? And Nema or Mashisha Guo for the 4 years.
Yeah.
So That time now omo assessing Nana B strength no. Na substandard na abaso.
Very substandard.
Na oh na substandard no.
And it still stops substandard.
So be any Mr. Wajimi.
Oh. Friend saying DJ Caleb.
Or they say DJ Caleb.
Where Jimmy Chekru.
Yo. So one more national organizer. Nana B. Any the channel no. On Canada, Japan. About to win in the best document we at on Canada, Japan. Or see a very good asset. The party must, as a matter of need and possibility, defend him going into the 2020 elections. He has the utmost control over our action troopers and all the former criminal elements who are proposed for the final push. In addition to his deep pocket, his financing of the grassroots affirms our dire need of him at all costs in the 2020 elections. While conceding his magnanimity towards the base, his penchant for being a loose cannon in attacking persons who should be left alone is sometimes worrying. As a result, he must eventually be weaned off. As our project reaps dividends to need less and less of his funding, his self-confessed unbridled quest for the personal wealth is a potential threat to causing us to suffer needless exposure. It is important for a dossier to be prepared on him and deliberately kicked through our friends in the opposition. Our friends in the opposition. Our friends in the opposition. Wonderful. Who will call for his prosecution? Ken Opoku is to revise the 2016 plan and progress to his dossier for this purpose, but should not be filed under any official seal. In two cases, 2020-2021, Canada, Japan started making noise. Say, "Omo person mu jail no." Okay, yeah, he started making noise. Say, "Omo person mu jail no," but enya de beba so. Canada, Japan clashes with the presidency. Gabinum, Kenoforiata, clear, a document to him. On Samia Oku is a very much. Samia is a very good material with excellent political prospects. His loyalty to Nana should be acknowledged to encourage him to repeat his 2016 efforts of getting to the grounds to mobilize the youth. It is imperative, however, to watch his seeming rift with and Kojo Oponkroma. His loyalty beyond the terms of Nana cannot be guaranteed. Hence, the need to go all out and prop up Kojo Oponkroma in a subtle way. Why name him Kojo Oponkroma ne Samia Kudi Esieni? Obianim.
Emma Kojo crack into emanation.
Okay. It may be instructive to prepare pieces of information regarding his encounters with the women, which appears to be in excess in his case. Samia Okunomo Ekano. On the Bodaminu, Obefa Kudi. The Odagotamu, Obefa Kudi. Ebia Otasetase. Sa.
Oyo.
Also, it makes him vulnerable to blackmail as a national organizer and key campaign person. It is perhaps important to limit his access to the inner circle and cordon him off gradually by introducing Mustafa Hamid during the final bouts of the campaign. This will in essence shield Nana from any damage arising from the leaks of Sameh Euku's escapades. A key point, however, is a much dangerous flirtation with the Kufuor camp, an aspect which raises serious questions regarding the need to contain him. So on Samioku, want to quick one on Samioku.
Offer. I am here said then I will share a japa.
We have done it.
And producer said the man said
before.
We have done it, but yeah,
yes, the entire Mikasa say we a whole blueprint of a Kufuor and Achem or more empire or more building. Now a book of a content is about say 39 page bia so efani pa baako and we propose me push it to your producer nim say feed the kwana wie you see 2024 more. Every day biano they say every day, every week biano. Let's take one person, one page. Na yen discuss it because you can come to be bra my viewers no and our listeners no. I do small money.
And I just said me the topics ni be ba o push on.
I do no do. And would every day biano.
You discuss it or
what the two fa baako one page fa ka ho. Na enonya like morning sermon. Oh, every bia near church because one says see a waka ya was half mafo waka a year where some person mugu asante asante hini asante any person muguno banks of person muguno a year Canada Japan Samia uku.
So these things your name
esi
we are just reminding the listeners
that also do I say wako party near the aduani biblia abeso se buffet na hia na obedi. But ye ma kwan na udi we ne wo me no akoda
no say abba buffet
wa bie onam ehim from abone ade chi a no say we you back no say na kautim timi pa cho anyway on Samia uku asembia no was a book we mo a na ensiye
the messenger boy
yes asembia ni ho a asemo maka bia esi die ensiye no susu besi. Na some of them in the book really key, no. Na enya happen cram me young ye. But omo kon sa pepepe, it tells you say, idea de kon sa pepepe. Indeed, yes, Samia uku, whether I like it or not. Samia uku ewa grounds when people mo papa. Samia uku na etete na nabi. Na nso am say na nabi na adwene wo from 20 million sua. Free Samia uku, still Samia uku, wo national organizer nyina o free national executives no kra no Samia oku still have to go down there no koboa masami eye nanabi eye no organizer or ye as a youth organizer team because even the national organizer adwuma o nyina no de bia Samia oku no aneboa no no atumi aye enti tell say Samia oku ye very influential MPP for nankasa enim nemom tiase mo kan ye omo say omo nya sure say after nanado no Samia oku loyalty ebe remain the same because omunim do omodi aye no omo say once Samia oku ye influential MPP in opposition most of the demonstration organizing was done by Samia oku and omodi je power 2016 omodi power 2016 Samia oku extra influential na ye pe obi a ye de bedwodwona no ene kofa kodwo opon kroma ena di okojo opon kroma bae ena from my so more direct traffic ni nyina to kojo opon kroma said the be be is a Samia oku authority na jese onya sa ni monyam no se kakra no na ye reduce powers no ye wi ani adiscard ya to atwene na jese kojo opon kroma ena de ko ena no ma soja e de so montem ena ntokwa so montem bola soja no fo ase ye ko ase ye nko batehye ho indeed o hwe Samia oku a won Samia oku kan krofo a omudi kai o man first said ya for Dr. Muhammad Bawumia no because say ni loyalty to Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo dabi because when we say Nanado Akufo-Addo regime and I say that Achim regime no is coming to an end and Dr. Muhammad Bawumia say bi obi o nim hwe sa no or politics mu no wo do ho bono a ubenya more runti Samia okukwe na no nya campaign manager was the campaign manager ona ye adwuma nyina na bi crossing ka Dr. Muhammad Bawumia and consider no for running mate ananka ni din was ro pa de tie ne say afi no obenya 40 years wonyanya 40 years enti afi no oba benya 40 years enti uko choose na as a running mate emfa because Ghana constitution is say obi o running mate there obi vice president automatically we president and na Ghana presidential age is 40 and into honor disqualify nemum onko shase ewo baby a woko na MP no enti woko this term woko 8 year term ni bedusu no sabre na abisoko
okay
na say odem enti yeso hwe bo ato aba no ma no
no so hwe
baby to no Samia oku na smart. And indeed, what did the next year, Dr. Muhammad Bawumia campaign, whether I like it or not, Samia oku ne dimu tentemai. See a befa na po, see a fan na po, see a befa a Pentecost Chairman. But under another no, those na Samia Uku influential no. Now on that too much influential to the extent say no crano have to be so on you have to have a say.
In fact, Obraya Ansah pa MP.
Very good. NLA very good. Where one of the politicians are. They be amoka so one more bra because wanya juma be Ansah na or joining politics. Very good. But when it comes to political appointment, any achievement I want make it our MPP Akufo-Addo government, you know, you bet me I can say or merit it because we be everybody. Any majuma Samia Uku, even when all free national executive where so unko be mukrano, people were still pushing. Say Omla no more contest, and there's no position in the NPP. National executive position as somebody like Samia Uka so contest here. Owini, Obawini, and to apply the card ye
but say Omu Jaima Omu ko primaries Kwabena and then keep him.
Oh, that be
anyway.
But you know, I want him just 1 second. Nipa no no ye MP Obano.
We gane.
Won say Samia Uku banana hu turn so no adwane. E no abehye okan kwe enough. Enti obi na pamu no.
Na
ono na kwa
ono na asem no de yem fanto because yeah when I send me documents be from Kwabena no. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's leave. Now the Rollins factor. So they mentioned the John Boadu factor, the Rollins factor, other minor political parties. Let's touch on the religion and chieftaincy. The Ghana population is largely made up of Christians. We must bear that in mind, in all our activities. It is therefore essential for the government to take an interest in the relationship between the government and the church. It is further evident that a large number of discerning Ghanaians are not comfortable with the proliferation of mushroom churches and their activities. This is visible in the large support and condemnations received by Kennedy Japan when he declared war on the church. Government can easily capitalize on this and quickly come forward with legislation to regulate these churches. Immediate examples include Rwanda, and will bring an end to the vulnerable women who have suffered years of abuse at the hands of these mushroom pastors. These issues notwithstanding, it is important to identify the profile some church leaders within the country as they seem to perpetrate an agenda against the political tradition. They must be properly contained and muted. Critically, Duncan Williams. So now they are coming to describe Duncan Williams. His love for money is not in doubt. A material inducement and commercial gains make him vulnerable to market incentives. This means that he has a good nose for the highest bidder. His relationship with
good nose for the highest bidder.
He has a good nose.
No, just the highest bidder.
I got Tiska. And also Otiska and the first word, God of Shalom, the Almighty. He has come down to visit me today. And in that night he told me that my son, the man, will come here early in the morning, 8 a.m. Congrats. Before I woke up, I couldn't see anywhere. I couldn't think about anything. Then I heard somebody knocking on my door. No, I said, Jehovah, you are almighty. Okay, so let me go on. This means that he has a good nose for the highest bidder. His relationship with leading members of the NDC is an open secret. It is therefore important to encourage the EC chair to build better relations and frequent his church. Kwame, what's it? Okay, his place as discreet as possible to seek spiritual direction and make firm pledges of a commitment to a transparent election. And the what was say Omubeyi 13 or 15 eminent advisors, to a year easy,
advisory committee.
Duncan Williams, Omu Yusu Jane Ansah to bring Duncan Williams into the game. Bishop Ajiansare, quite visibly an NDC sympathizer who only appears to shake or speak whenever MPP is in power. He must be watched carefully. Our men within his inner circles have done pretty well with accurate briefs, but it is time to add an open, muscular approach. The respect and esteem with which he is holding by other leading pastors may need to be marred by recruiting other high stage pastors to launch vile attacks in some ingenious ways. However, the president must desist from directly responding to him as advised by our people within his inner circle. So, Bishop, I just saw easy for no. Oman Franca, Sam Cranchankra. He is perhaps even more visibly a surrogate of the NDC who has cleverly reconciled his aspect to appear as a national Christian. A constant eye watch and monitoring of this man is required with specific efforts to contain his commercial interests, which have been identified. Otabel, even though sympathetic to us, information suggests that the closure of Capital Bank has somehow affected his loyalty to the MPP or Tunana. Brother Kenoforiata's account of his demeanor on the night before the announcement of the closure of Capital Bank indicates he was not too averse with our decision. The strategic implication of Ken meeting with the pastor and subsequent feedback from his inner circle points to the impression that he may what? Opt for an NDC replacement. Should that happen, it will be seen as a declaration of war by one of our own. We should be reminded that an insider fighting you is more dangerous than the sworn enemy. In any case, he appears to be more aligned with the Kufuor camp. Intelligent efforts should be adopted to root his church following against his person. Should he defect? So on Otabe, but Otabe the neka eminent adversaries no.
Ono minim de ba de minim say national secretary national cathedral no.
No, that one he resigned.
But so koka ho. I no who say aduma ni ahihya.
On chief imam, government must prepare an exit plan for the national chief imam. Also, Mashas here. My kind. This has become necessary in view of the fact that the demise of his deputy has created a vacancy. The intense lobbying by other Muslim leaders should be taken into consideration. So
the eminent, advisory committee,
why not?
It was made up of Mr. Justice Emily Short, Francis Emily Short, Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante, Chairman Peace Council at that time, Sheikh Osman Nur Saributu, National Chief Imam, Mr. Sam Okudeto, the unlearned lawyer, Nana Ato Dazi, Council of State, and Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, presiding bishop of the General Overseer Action Chapel International, Dr. Yao Ba, General Secretary Trades Union Congress, Reverend Charles Gabriel Palmer Buckle, Reverend Mr. Afemoni,
GJ President
Gifty Afenidazi, Reverend Professor Emmanuel Mate,
Mate Umbi,
Mr. Tony Forson.
Okay, so now I'm Chief Imam
Udro Osai.
My Chief Imam, the government must prepare an exit plan for the National Chief Imam. This has become necessary in view of the fact that the demise of his deputy has created a vacancy. The intense lobbying by the other Muslim leaders should be properly handled in the face of the promises we have made to each of them. Government will need to find a discreet way of influencing the process of the appointment of the next national chief imam as well as the deputy. The candidates for this should be well-verified party sympathizers who are likely to stand with the party in crucial circumstances, as has been with the current Ashanti region imam.
Mm-hmm. So you know what happened in respect of his license. Okay.
I
was have a patch on
Ashanti regional chief imam.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know. Yeah, person follow Niama. Na the idea we about me aso no. Any a chirasem no. Mwet mi ehunu se se wa anyere mo ho a problem beba. Okay. So Nana has shown his love for the Zongo community, creating the Zongo ministry and establishing the Zongo Development Fund. This is both remarkable and historic in the annals of the political history of Ghana. By this singular act, Nana has taken bold steps towards breaking the NDC monopoly of the Zongos. This project is a must if we ever intend remaining relevant within the Zongos. Finally, cognizance has to be taken for elevating over 50 chieftaincies to paramountcy status. We need further elevation of such chiefs and redefining our very statehood, for which the new uncelebrated old powerful kingdom is to be restored. It is very instructive. Looking at the broad coverage of the Buakwa, Kotoku and Bosome, we must critically guard against any such issue of the JSC and Megacha ruling of 2019. In 2000 say Kotoku for no press conference say Buakwa for now for mu Jimmy ampe baby nyina asema besi no enye asem papa. Okay, so the national situation as regards the media landscape. Let's do the media. Quick one. The media has remained a veritable weapon in shaping public opinion and agenda-setting strategy. We therefore have to wage an even more valiant war in pursuit of our grand scheme to capture and dominate the media landscape. If our overriding ambition is to be realized in this regard, we have to adopt a prolonged approach, which making sure that the critical mass of the nation will not connect the rapid media capture with us. Phase 1. It's so sad to say you know be no I want to hear white. So phase 1, we envisage that the role of Kojo Ponkroma will continue to be crucial in our quest to dominate the Ghanaian media landscape. He was super when planted around some big weights of the SY Mills Mahama government. Okay. While at Joy FM, his secret recordings from the then ruling government illuminated. I didn't know everyone. Okay. Illuminated our discussions and greatly influenced our strategy, which culminated in the landslide victory of 2016. So upon Kroma what Joy Yano, no record the what can I say? Upon Kroma, Ewa Joy. Now one of the close allies by Randiabi. Randiabi was seen to be at then say Atamios Asemba. I was said the Randiabi Sikanafa. Say Jomama Asemba. I was said the Sikanafa. And almost formal click be Kwakubaku Randiabe Sefa Kainum, friends of John Mahama. But they were not friends to Atamios. And that was where the war of Armageddon, because now as a Miniko you do whole face almost squarely, because they were able to use their powers anti multimedia. Yanko meet Yamako your punk man can be a mame da. There be a me an enemy. But no more formos are cabano. And that is why they were able to plan and get me out of multimedia. Because na men chima womo cra. Na dan de ran dia benu from Peace FM. Komu kume. Na brother no me be wo mu ukuada, no me wo mu Friday. nyere jojo no omo born by 1,000 times nyere jojo because at least you atamons ba ko afiri mu you understand enti omo plant upon kroma o all those things na or pick it. Oh, anyway, last point or say no wonder that Gabi made every effort for the young man to be promoted to the office of a substantive information minister. This is more so when we cannot vouch for the credibility and loyalty of Dr. Mustafa Hamid. At crucial times, Mustafa was the longest serving spokesperson of Nana. But we were shocked when Nana caught him stealing campaign cash in such critical opposition era where we were suffocating from inadequate resources to prosecute campaign. Mustafa Somu Yinifrio. Mustafa Hamid.
Okoria campaigns.
Owieska.
I was born the car glass no Owieska no.
Use microphone.
Obeka says cano. A friend is saying, Ayira, and so no Owia. But Akufo-Addo still kept him because he knew that he was a very good thief, clever thief.
But you need free in chain.
Yes.
Until now, a woman who say ye Mustafa Hamid free on this is the reason.
Yeah.
Owieska.
Yes.
And yet Mustafa Hamid Kokono.
Yes. Ofrino and your Koko.
Ofrino.
Yes.
Only Owieska no.
There's nothing wrong in telling an albino is an albino because sure. they are knowing themselves.
Some kaso Bobie sad dark boy no.
Yeah,
you know,
it's their color.
Yeah.
That's why the chairman of the albino,
Fuamoni. Okay, so it is now obvious that Mr. Nkrumah has an ultimate presidential ambition. We have a duty to protect him and to assure him of our support for the future. The support will get him to commit to the media capture again. It is satisfying that he has been part of our manifesto drafting from 2012 to date. In the next government, 2021-2022, Gabi has already convinced Nana to move Kojo Nkrumah to the communication ministry to continue the clampdown on the opposition, as well as not too friendly radio and television stations. He is already excited about this promise on two grounds. He will be deemed to remain one of the loyalists for the future. Secondly, that ministry has one of the richest hands, a conduit for him to increase his personal financial muscles for his presidential ambition. So radio market in Ghana, omo aye chat mpacho kosruye omo aye chat no. Enti owo ha ubonsa owo ha radio gold for no omunim. Hontokra se onya message free upon Nkrumah order.
Upon Nkrumah be a minister. That was 2017. December, on my say I invite show hosts and producers to the Ministry of Air Information, where they were press sorry.
I see.
That was 2017. So so I don't know. Because no. You should say the outcome now good among side. Because thinking at least we have opened our doors to you. We are going to see some level of improvement to be. But anyama still na cost. Then on by number 2 mukra, but 2.
Okay. So Oshasa anyway yeah. Omu media stations that's the medium audience concentration. No, they decided to use Multimedia Broadcasting Limited, controlling 26.2%. Despite group of companies controlling 16.3%, Omni Media Limited, City FM controlling 4.7%, Casbin FM Limited, that is in Kumasi, controlling 3.8%, in all 44.8%. Then they have most popular news sources. Omo digital media family into omo peke sa enkrofo we on sa groups now Kojo upon Nkrumah say while our team aims at total dominance of the media architecture in the nearest future, there is a need to have a generally good appeal in the media. To this end, we have observed that the discourse in the media has been generally fruitful. This has not happened by accident. Upon Nkrumah has successfully recruited about 80% of top journalists, including some with adversarial tendencies towards us. His weekly covert meetings with them to plan the issues of the week have been exceedingly impactful. Yanina ma omo sha say omo print e bi newspapers mo no. Say pro NDC media and newspapers no. Dom ko akosomo.
Forest Hotel.
Forest Hotel. No more print newspapers. No more catch on mo de mo na mo ye professionals. Akosomo order. Okoto yakamia.
Omo nyina.
Nipa bebre say. Also the roles of Kwaku Baako, Paul Adomotre, Kwame Sifakan, OB of multimedia cannot be underestimated. It is for this reason that Nana nearly sacked Kandapa for delaying the release of their monthly allowance of 1 million Ghana cedis, 1 million, which is 10 billion. Since the national security budget does not go through the normal scrutiny, this group has to be assured of an enhancement of their regular emolument in our next government on condition that they work hard for our anticipated victory in December. So you get it? Then that is where this was leaked in 2019. Okay, so with the media, quick one. With the media, any media now for the media. Okay,
because I want to take it from a general.
Okay, Eslo on closure of opposition media, we score Esla also 70% for her execution of the agenda to close down. So Eslo Usu mubetimi document no wa person you be able to ayen PDF to betimi yi nyina de akokyere wabusuafo now no more kenkai. We score as low as 70% for execution of the agenda to close down through NDC radio and television stations. While we praise her for closing media entities such as Radio XYZ, Capital Radio, Munti FM, and many more, she scored some low marks in the implementation of the strategy. We expected her to leave Radio Gold from the list for obvious tactical reasons. She could have waived their debt like she has done for our friendly stations such as Ash FM in Kumasi. She could have been fired for the avoidable backlash in strategy, but for her long-standing role as Nana's protege.
A.K.A. Nana Inchimu.
Phase 2 of media control, Joy 99.5 FM and others. There is no doubt that Joy 99.7 FM and the multimedia group will remain an industry leaders in the communication sphere of the country. While relying on them as a veritable ally, anti-MPP agenda by some of their staff does not portend well for us. We were left with no choice but to have used our boys to threaten Manasseh Azuri Awuni. While his publication in the past inured to our political benefit, he has overstretched himself in his attempt to assume an air of neutrality. He was influential in a historic victory, but his constant attacks on government culminating into the militia documentary was most unfortunate. Elaborate support to our friendly media. Lessons born out of the Manasseh debacle cannot be glozed over. It proved that we cannot overly rely on a seemingly friendly media to take total control of the communication space in the country. But also, emu no mde be asase radio no. Eno mu pushi Joy from 99.7 to 99.5. I'm not by 99.5. And I'm the call 99 closer. That's 2 bar. Exactly. No Pia Joy a corner him and I'm the assassin ever share. The NCA waivers we offered the Kansas City media and other party affiliates over their license must continue. In 2021, Kwajo Nkrumah will present a comprehensive list of other radio stations that must be recruited into this fold. We have to issue receipts covering the next 10 years as being payment of post-paid renewals. Professor Adai has already received instructions from Nana to give tax waivers to the media entities that will be submitted to him. Sure. Well, they know no you want me to say
so we have a see a chico.
Sir, I talk.
I do it.
Kwajo Nkrumah is already making sure that about 90% of government advertisements go to the pro-MPP media. Same must be replicated in our next government. These lofty gestures will ensure that our friendly media houses consolidate financial reserves and use the power of financial capacity to outplay the NDC media in the ever-increasing competitive media environment. Yeno na ama yenkure foi bi ya na ani bra bo mo so no mu kope kakra tafre. We nkwasiafo we wodo omo sika ye den. Kwasiafo pa say from presidency nkwasiafo say wodo omo sika ye den. Ah, ya na nipa bi kire no kra wo wi ase a. Okay, so reserving electronic communication frequencies to true party faithfuls. Yeno so agenda no mayo into sha kingdom amofa the whole Ghana omo man won't me no tonton na am say otwara nyen nenka ayi ofui ti say ayi akwa we won't me we ofui we frequencies na yasesa regional capitals ye di amano nti eno so omo ayo na mamenka same way they said something about EIB, and let me touch on it quick one. Under the electronic communication frequencies to true party faithfuls, I say it is important to know that while supporting pro-MPP media would attract their loyalty and support towards us, getting out and out party members to establish radio and TV stations will be a sure bet. Osler has been instructed by Nana through Gabi to execute Plan A of this plan. And pinning the plan is to allocate seed NDC frequencies to our members. Even if the original owners are willing to pay multiple of times, she is to refuse their renewal since dominance over money is our focal point. Unim say, omu di biya me. Me frequency. Me makwa kutia. Tama som makotua ma omo age. Eye renewal sika no. Omo age sika no ama me receipt and me credit receipt. No ma twa ma me say frequency no omo pe. Na me maka kire omo say me mama me lawyer kire omo aka kire omo say eye a friend say loyachi. Okay. Me maka kire omo say MPP ni bia nu ode ne sabeka me frequency. Ye change power ne men nantia badwuma mu abebo se me ba. Asesa wo niema. Me kane ne ama akufuado kromfo no ate. No mon kan kire ayi kwasea no ote yansi ye wono. Say ayi adoche. Me Bobie Ansah obia nu obetimi afa me radio frequency. Me ma is the regional NCA a guy no. Maka kire ma send the message. So obia de sabe ka me Bobie Ansah me frequency. Say me see amobese no. Aha. No bia odine sabe ka say ye di Bobie Ansah frequency ama MPP ni. Ada mo beti se ato aba ma ade me ntwen ma afi na joma ama no ma me issue statement say for frequency to me nante aba wadwuma mu straight. Me ba wadwuma mu straight. It is a frequency ni down no mutimi fam obia. Akoso bo de o mutimi fam obia nobody. Me nante aba wadwuma opon kromakura anim. Me penkola mo ba bu workers te say me yemma ye ba bu me maka kire o mo no mo record fa ko madam pare me frequency alaila ba bu say de ye me see MPP ni bia nu a me obetumi use me frequency me na me frequencies ni nyina me ebia numbers me wo bia documents go nobody obia no obetumi use me frequencies e okrom ha wodon sabe ka me frequency aso say we MPP ni waso ama hu say sa number we me dia na ye dia ma na wo waso na de ye adwuma didie ekoto ekate ye nkate kwai etwimu tuo ato akodnam hey masa me de MPP ni for akufo do nipa for ma dia me nko police station me kan be behind this we ni me nko police station e be ye physical omunim sa omo mama de na ho yeah you say come on there now omo be can be about EIB or say she is also supposed to reserve majority of the new frequencies to party members who are loyal to Nana. Due to the backlash in the revocation of radio and TV licenses, she must this time around identify party members who are already in the media business and or those that the public sees as already rich. Gabi and Chemawun to me are the part of the plan A. Into almost see radio stations across the whole Ghana. Which continues till 2024 when the Nana completes his 2 terms. It is important to know that Kojo Ponkroma will, among other strategies as the next communication minister, allocate frequencies which are close and can interfere with pro-NDC brands such as Class Media, Power FM, and the EIB platforms across the country. In the year for more than year, there be a normal in a Kwabena Accra FM as a Obi Air Bonum Fem. Accra FM as a Nkrofobi Dim Komo Echiri. Accra FM as a Yansheda NT Adieni Ye Yachiramo Ewo Ejapa document Nuntin Free Recro Obi and Fremi Musam and Wasem View. Angel Broadcasting for also and Wasem Wom. Monko Penkai. Kwame Sefaka and Pradum Ochre. And the future. Yamo Memo Kakra. And Memo Kakra. Okay, my Memo Kakra. Pacho yan intem entena mi bi momo. But
we should be able to
Kwame Sefaka yan intem ene adomochre. Okay, so yeah. I'll say it is an undeniable fact that the 2 gentlemen have become institutions in their respective rights, especially within the media circle. They are undoubtedly part of the pool of great brands the party shall fall on as we move into the future. While Sefakane appears relaxed and waiting for the right time, Paul seems apprehensive anytime Sefakane is brought into the picture. At the level of presidency, there appears to be a groundswell of support for Kwame over Paul anytime communication issues arise. The kitchen cabinet of Nana feels that while Paul is equally known, he has credibility issues to deal with, especially on the conundrum surrounding his withdrawal from the Ghana Law School. Settling on him for the future could create credibility challenges for a ticket in the next government. Nana will convince Sefakai to chair the NCA board. Okay, so but say or MP, you say or MP, record NCA. Me make am Kwame Sefakai ate. Me see me MPP ni bia ntimi yusu me frequency. Aban sesa men nanti abu adwuma penkola abebo. Me catch mu straight. Mun twa voice we mfa nkoma kufu ado ne baomia. Aban sesa me obi anu obetumi yusu me frequency. Ene e beda wa pro. Me ne mo betwea me wiase asai. Se munni masantima mponi a me ne mo betwe papa. Mo de ma obi oso me say aban sesa me ntwen police me nko police me ba wa dwuma ma penkola abebo se de mo ko se me de no o de mo be hu gwan me pe ba omi side no ranka me de awie amamo me pe ba omi side no pacho just last point on ba omi na me de awie. Okay, so omu raise issues about a year how to pack the courts. You know, so omu egusua omu ye 0.5. Omu raise issues about a year how to pack the courts. Then finally, in Route 39, Baumia side no. In Route 39, but they mentioned about a 34. We are 34, and Tiaka 5 pages. 5 pages. All right. So far, Hunter. Okay. This is it. Overview. Kakra itimi ye ema omanfo on ejapade. The point is say asembia omaka aka 5 pages. Unfortunately, me producer and me I'm fans so.
They didn't come chia etiefo ne ahwefo. Na de bia me ka say me nheda hu susu da akufuado amamu ene kofu amamu ntem because the value is the same. The only difference I made media to ntem say kofu de adwen ton ho akufuado de adwen woni bi and or de aton. By the end of the day Ghana will lose. Difference in any. MPP ideology a property owning democracy. yɛmɛ pray japadeɛ yɛmɛ fuma japadeɛ yɛnya yɛn ho yie na yɛnkɔ. And as part of the strategy, my ideology is say government has no business doing business. And enya aban adwuma ne say obeye adwuma edisika beba. Eya ankra na waso mo ye adwuma mo mo disika edeba. Enti ukofa omampeni dada kufo amamu a de akufo ade ye japade de omampeni kufo ye ni. Omampeni kufo create billionaires under his 8-year term as president. Now the Mampeni Kufoye and say most of the state institutions are na Oman Ghana etimi generate income de mayeno. Omampeni Kufo making sure say ya wiki ni nyina ya collapse ni nyina. Ena ya ma private sector in the name of private sector and the individuals invest or that sector. And omo no sika na nka Oman betumi enya no kodi omunsam. One of them the transport sector. Transport sector no. Omampeni Kufo ba na ye Ghana Airways. Ana ye adwuma omampeni kufo free so ne ni Ghana Airways bio ye told them ankrankra adwuma ku na ye free so mo betumi amanage omantumi amanage ena eguye enti afi kra de couldn't enti na wokọ airport residential bon say Ghana Airways for da no isi ho the same transport sector no omampeni kufo baaye no na ye wo STC a na eye adwuma STC no igu no Yegu STC no ni hu say this private air transport services ti say OA ni VIP ni de keka ka hu ni nyina ba no betiki sa air business no eno mo erane even when Mahama buy o make sure say Ansah and revive STC no ebesi na STC ntimi nyina na so because na dan kwakufu ado emo buy no o mo make sure say STC ni asa prapram na pre say the private sector more a transport sector now mainly MPP investors no they will make money even under Mahama okofa ayalolo de buy no okofa ayalolo buy ayalolo no na eba be ye adwuma se bi trotra na nka timo nso to na bu eba be yin nyina free system no mu ama for the first time Ghana what trotro mu a se bi nso to emo what trotro mu a wutimi hwe TV wutimi charge your phone one man one seat very spacious HS electronic disability for the no I understand say na embeboa ema GPR2 your leadership near MPP ntino GPR2 stood against Mahama Ayalolo and when Akufo-Addo taking over no ano and your grand Ayalolo basis and for the past 6 years Ayalolo basis na nya dwabiem say the be bema MPP financiers do no atoto trotro mo de ye GPR2 your trotro no omo business ni be grow and this is how smartly wickedly but smartly Kufo making sure so we create billionaires at the expense of taxpayers into collapse abayadwuma no a edisika ba no a na private sectors no MPP financiers no na omo na create businesses to fill in the gap then they get money. This is what Kufo did, but Kufo did the one nim nyansa ntino one ne de wo fa ba adwuma ni nyina no de amam. That's the difference between Musem. That's the difference between Akufo-Addo and Kufo. But at the end of the day, no, the victim is always the same. Ghana. We are the victims. Yenyashe, but they will make money. And ti Akufo-Addo de no, just say, oh no, when you are doing the better, you say, okay, ye pese a former good year no. Yes, ye benye bi Kwabena betimi afa so a ye be ya se bi ani kura ma ho se de Akufo ye no enti Akufo-Addo de ani adwene nyansa no e wo form
onya so se e ya abro
e na me kire se enye abro nana enye se ya abro adwene nyansa no e wo form hwe ade okofa the same omampeni da Akufo epenso omampeni da Akufo epenso no eni ama hudo bebre sisi ye baaye no omu say Ghana yewo service delivery companies mienu a Ghana for depending on them water electricity to mampeni Kufo baaye no yeso e be improve water services e de ama Ghana for and na o award contract to a company called Kwabena for 8 good years.
I think they are from Holland.
Yes, for 8 good years so mo manage a Ghana water company ye omo kasa for 8 good years. But the truth of the matter is say even yene our capital hampo no omo ntimi ama ye nsuo mpo ama ye nyina nya bia no. When Professor Mels Mahama came no and omo abrogated that contract no, then Ghana Water Company no ane ese omo nya adwuma e kofa bi ba ye omo di esika no. The same Ghana Water Company under the leadership of Mahama Mels no etimi kokko expanded pon water treatment ema ye ne e won kran ha sei no first time Lego Medina for bi anyansuo ene se hu se ye nuan mo station kra no sebi omo so betimi ene e kofa station desalination water project so ba ya ye de nchini nsuo na ye so ne so aye no Akufo ado ba ye no Kofo de no ne Kofo do no make sure so company na ode aba no eye aquavitins no enye so mo ba beje Ghana Water Company adwuma ni nyina o na mo no mo partner omo na as a service provider no mo de aye and omo didi ho for 8 years Akufo ado ba ye no ana no so target ECG Akufo ado no anya say o mo me provide service be my o take over ye take over that ko pay that sorry ya ECG now PDS and we be draining company ni sika Ghana sika almost like 6 months electricity na edi. So you see how smartly Kufo ye at the end of the day Ghana any lusu ye sa aquavitins from add any value to Ghana water supply. But we did for 8 good years. Akufo ade the adwin won nti no one the ECG no amedi hu bio on no be take full control. So that is the difference at that momentum. But at the end of the day, who loses? Ghana, yeni yelusu. Ghana, eni yelusu. And Ghana will always lose under MPP. It doesn't matter say yeah under Kufo and I say yeah under Kufuado or Baumia or whoever comes. Ghana will always lose. Because your strategic state institutions biya. Nana where the near or one ebe kwa Bama Ghana for nye biedi. Over the transport sector esa say ya bad enti always omo charges omo fair ewo form enti timamu ni betimi ahenha no kakra ene state transport ndi na ye adwuma gina ne naso enti private sector nafa enti na omo ne control eye fair no whether I like it or not omo ka so matum we ya ne hwenye ye enti utimamu no you will suffer but anye bia no say ya bind dia ebewo form kakra ama ho atimi ahenha. And always MPP feeds on Ghanaians.
But what you said this document? Say bibi we chira Ghana for ye wo because it seems like they have been able to manage the system in such a way that people don't see the realities in this document.
Say ebaye no. And now me so enya no kre. So you see ye take ye accept responsibility. Say it's coming from us. And it's our discuss krana. Yes. So you give it that back in credibility. Say the bit imagine so Singapore. But the truth of the matter say adebe we say mubiano and ye no cre. The omaka so be nyina no omaye. The omonka so do munya yesu guso omo eye. When him say nyame adman from next year. Almost say beto to radio stations and TV stations in mobile. Because you do election.
Yeah.
And to say shutting Crawford down. And you're part of the strategy.
They are attacking social media, finding ways and means be crash and Crawford social media links, and make sure say opponents ain't being function on social media. Yeah.
Smartly. Kufo take you over then Kufo ye. No. Wa no. One collapse the existing radio stations and TV stations will make sure some man for invest MPP for expand or media coverage. And no. And we expand and another competition. My resources will many resources be and to be first station back on or affiliate stations all the regions. What ya cry happy unko baby only affiliate be smartly. That's how Kufo did to make sure say we're cramming down the opposition parties. Good station, no, but we are consonanti with na cram kwanko babia we de ko babia. Akufo adu nim nyansantino. One on a dear matum for 1 year 2 years me ma onya adwuma ye to abawia na mabio ye beto aba masa tum enti Radio Gold Munti FM 2017 ye gu no Radio Gold 2019 ye gu no ye to abawia ye 2021 eni ebie ye next year ye election year ye se betutum ye tumu wia se mahama ba no bebie se mahama mebia na se MP before na besa tena so a ye to abawia no mabie this is a Kufuor's mentality. Anytime I catch or say political party bia no e won ideology obia won a plan obia won a blueprint and found leader or the beba the only value beba ne say na na asie kokumase na mimi twi Toyota Corolla na o twi Toyota for it is a forerunner say a forerunner ye na kokumase ebia mimi du port wo mu a say me car na ase wo fom ntino me slow down o de na jungle car ye de na mabuo mu tu betimi abom papa na okọ obekọ akodu na o shocks wo so but as minya abotre ntino ebia obedu agame ba me de ma bedu na me de no matima maintain but the end of the day no destination here Kumasi
Maunia emrem yeah so this document if the a man for kwai for the year
aba ja dedi kan ya wo se nyina edi kan adia eye nipa bia ntirimu po ya o de ti asase so enye fe se sebio nipa ti bi ase na obe na adwen se obedi ni nua so ahye ne so ama akodu ba bia ebe ti se onu ankasa ni nua sebi o wama ni tumi se o ma metena ne so no wabe ya akoa na edu ba bia na de ya pa ni se nipa na onu ebu akoa no ana se wama wa ya akoa no o hwe na wuhu ne bobia ne yobia na enka sebi enka yesi hwehwe nko akura bia won qualify but na for the secret modak na abasa document we eye adia eye omo manual sorry for document there is not a dot a comma any punctuation bia ewo we mu a sebi NCA na say ACA there is not from the forward to the last page obia sebi edi ho dance here obia nim enioma wo de aye eru anom kwabradofo pakwesi anomfemfem ora sedu agongo ene mpanifo ahodo a sabio omo abi omo bank na kwabra ade ba ko ya na me ya ewo wi asim ni se elipa bi no ho a omo jimia ma omo kura ntimi mfa asetena mu enioma asipen enye sabi enhwesode enye omo bra mu asiesie emfa mo
But I did Philip because that's what I see.
Okay, Philip, young cousin.
If I tell, let's just say with the head, it took quite last November 29th. Let me flat call what that was. In the meantime, I'm left for all.
Yes, sir.
Whatever about on God, could for Doko.
Okay, Odoko for Yankasa.
Oh, Commander, I feel they said the why.
Marty.
You say so. But to say she a conference I can cow. You know, you might do people, but you won't say the man I was. So you Montino, did a bump ammo. Commander, yeah, some mechanics on, but me Fuliga, with the mechanic, was me Mitano.
Ah, also,
Commander, I know my
Tobo, hello, Tobo. Also, yeah, they.
But you mean Fuliga, I'm aware because you did to it, but you say they are back at in the same in Brother. We Mitano, Mendeka also. Discover card for. And I made the bar, we kind of saying, I like you. I don't see, me need that answer to me call Kwabena. I want to office in the wall. We gave me call, me got 2 months back 3 hours. I don't know you place at the moment I'm in the buy. We in the buy and I'll see where do I fly and on to me before I have the card and says I chose my booties. Between 2:44 and international light, and I'm going to was there 1 week. Mako was there really 8 days. Almost from my intimacy with me then Commander me then. Intimacy me is really good. I don't know the chain I mean almost to stop my side view. Fire so until be I do want to say yeah in team balance but we be when here then means we need that this can make us stand because you meet out for and the way that come in your mouth. Because me had this to me kada me and this to bottom and I'm kind of natural. And Commander, what are you saying? You say what are you saying? They why we can so buy. But that man tries somebody. That man to don't go back and that. A man tries to ever do that. It's me in traffic. And no one to go that. And so I'm going to do it all that man to. That man to be around. And the dog asking that the woman to the back.
Anyway, all right, okay, thank you. I want you to about for you illegal. All right, so Emmanuel, I'm not watching us live from Ododo constituency. We have Emmanuel electricity boss. I have a credit of 1,000 Ghana cedis on my meter, but the meter keeps on going on and off. Anyway, now Vivian upon us here. We have Edu Amankwa on our page. After someone says Kwabena, it is doom CSA bills. It's very true. When the light goes off, anytime it comes back, 50 Ghana cedis. Osman Hudu. Now we have such a sense here. The water in not the camo, but them they bring bills monthly. The last time I told the engineer at Tema Committee 1 that if they don't know and they bring a new water bill again, we will make them see something small like what happened in Etiwa. Okay, so this one is coming from such a sense. And I'm out for complaining. I don't know. Minim were experienced with light bills and water bills. Yeah, I'm here. Okay. Minim your experience with light bills, but people are complaining. Minim say CTV most munya the same complaints.
The same thing, Bobie. The same thing everywhere. I remember last time na me church member be kasa about light bill. Was ne the end crowd there and you postpaid and you prepaid. Na within be a best 1 month no. Otmito lights no credit more than 200 and answer 500 Ghana crampo. Was it with the goose white said they say yeah pam light no with the goose anasa with the goose anasa with the goose anasa.
But it seems like Obia found nobody is doing anything about it because unim me if you me yam shishimema emebuna wasi suno opeso no nkwa akotena
oni boafobia
yeah. Light bill, water bill, light bill, water bill. And sanyema mienu we eye enema e free nipa abrabo mu a unye nipa ema unye nipa bi.
Ubeda abobra no.
Say, how can you sleep without light?
Without light. And I say ubeda kra sorry anopa bakrum without water. It's not possible.
Anyway, hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
You're from Big Joe.
Big Joe, Pacho, more video no come from my wife, Pacho. Yeah, Big Joe. Yankasa.
Library na water bill in fact, you come here. Papa. Na Oko complain was a leakage. You leakage biya sa wamba one cash in there. Na to say make us say I've got to do. Na I said to cry now my fair crying there. And omo program bi about Sakoko project what coffee would the one I don't know. And my fair Obian it no say of air or the number from of air now make security bear woman okay. I was a security man.
Okay.
Na yawo border town wo Cote d'Ivoire ayinade na kwen na nsema kokoo no eba no na mepese
Mate
me cheche no mu na ochire no oba wotini akama
Mate mema me producer na fro.
Okay, Mate.
Okay, me that's it. Now Uncle Benjamin says, Commander, I'm staying with my girlfriend. We are only 2 in the room, but we buy prepaid 50 Ghana cedis every 3 days. Baba Rufai says, Commander, I'm watching you live from Hanover, Germany. Jakpasu Ese Tema New Town for the past 2 weeks in so inflow. All right, so we have another tester here, but back to the studios. If you Brempoma Kai News CTV, yeah, TV station, your sister station. So we are in the same building. But let's come back. If you water bill and no bidding the water bill betray me. December we 337 Ghana cedis.
It's possible.
January ebayana the same volume of water. You know. The person is paying 600.
It's possible.
Really?
It's possible. Now, Commander She, me huna diebi. Saa nia ekosu nyina no eye nsuo na ebugu a water Ghana water for eyi wo money. Baby amete right now.
Yeah.
Baby amete sisi omude omale pipe no ama na baby a pipe no fire no dua bia besi so am say dua na nyini dua na nyini na ne hini ni mia pipe no
pipeline
nti ama pipe na pai ena ntam hofo ankasa ena yesa abura na omanyan ena wo motu dua na se ena omde cement
ayem
ne nsuo ni bugum ena wo monsa now it's not like say womon kanche Ghana water for me ankasa makoho ama lady ba kwa ka hye me say Ghana water for ka betwa mu mo ka kire omo say ensuo sei ni sei no sei na asai nti ke be ya nkomo ma mehwe ema omo si baaye omo si ba be ka mo say nkofo na ete ba bia ensuo na pai no omo mom na ntwadua no omo twetwe ska nkope Doma machine. Ni emetwa dua no omu ntutu dua ni hini ansa na omaba abe fix the problem no. Ye de we bu man.
Wow. Meba, hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Medindi Agaza 1, Agaza Vetu Azaku.
Okay. Agaza Nkaza.
Pacho nana tie mamika sembiu sa light problem we no e high nyina o.
Light bills
no compound house na me won every month be a top prepaid, but this time the month no enso kura na prepaid na sa omo ye light off na omo sope na e prepaid no agribia abafom nti sisi a prepaid no sa sisi a me ni we kasa sisi a e ka omo di ka abatu we no su sisi a me ni wa ye kasa ka na omo di batu so no yempe yendika wo mita no so but say omutwi u prepaid ni sa na asa na omudika abatu mita no so amaw nti se uko office wa na omumfi wo uko office wa omumfi mini wo kasa sisi abra lakeside ECG office never share nkrofo omugu ho sisi a ya complain sa obi enfiye saa kana ebeda mita no so no every hifa because me aware say meter ni media meter ni obi fufuro dia meter no ye ndika wo so every month bia ye tua but so omu twi ye de na ye to no ye de na ye to kra no omu twi sa na asa na omu dika abetu so up to now me new year kasa bia me ti sisi because of a car winti obi ajan ni meter wo ho on use meter no biom just imagine nana Ghana is before omu kuye
anyway
omu kashu inchire yesre omu nana.
Okay, all right. So Jacob, K Tekute says all this light and water issues, no, it's just about leadership. That's all. All right, Dexon Dagadu says, Commander, please, I have issues with someone and I want to report the case to the police. And I want to report the case to the police. The only thing the police officer told me is that I should go to my hometown and do farming. I see. Anyway, I'm saying a more of a private matter than what is related to what we are discussing. Shaibu Muhammad says, Commander, what is more annoying about this water issue is the bills. The water is not coming. It's not flowing. Yet they will bring you bills that, I mean, it doesn't make sense. But if you are maybe a problem kakra with these issues, because I wish somebody can talk about this matter. Politicians should discuss this matter. Say water because water bill like a continuous say a bedroom baby Ghana ni on obey illegal.
Na say illegal na ekoso na dey.
Me chese bedroom baby e beti aka the whole Ghana because enye easy o. Obi ya adwuma or any just 500 Ghana cedis.
Obede tua water bill. Obede tua light bill.
No, at all like 200, 300 Ghana at the end of the month.
Ebi kura brosa. Ebi brosa 200 and 300 now we can
it doesn't make sense.
Wahu. Enti nipa no ni obeya ni se ni obewiem. Obewie bia ka ho. Because me ntria and ade no so I cannot live without it. Enya de metimi abo me bra without light, without water. What are you funny saying?
You're not their fam.
You be fam. They say a cost to pa. Me assure say no crack can be na ma ECG for me. I want to mention light no. And I say Ghana water for so to mean some years some pan because sanke the new man you go akwamu na yet 10 and new ma so wo man mu an kebe boama amafo ho be ha wo mo. Enya sade na enwuamu na because so.
Because this issue about you see 15% on electricity no enyama so we are already paying it. We are already paying it. We are already paying it. I mean anyway if you thank you for passing through.
That's
good. All right, okay, so that's it. Me for last caller, right? Hello. Okay, I am so on so that's it here. And the Moles is here, Udaduji also is here, live on a 100.5. But I say Mesre Ora John Mahama, say Utiemia. Na probumuno onka safa eye ekwaya obetimi afaso aboa on my way. Na light bill, any water bill no. It's too much. Too much. Ebi awa wutie me ne de wo ska de betua wo. Na wo mo ni bie. Obi ya adwuma, oje 500 Ghana, 600 Ghana, 800 Ghana. Enipa no bosume so a or to light almost 300 400 or the same betua water bill or the same eto aduane ama ne madi. And normally no omo kwa proba both MPP and NDC this kind of issues mentality ebia no man kabidia but minim I know John Mahama wo adwene obetimi dia ye bibi e wo saade no he should speak to it for us. We talk about fuel prices, we talk about aduane prices, but water bill and light bills and who said you must see billion at the end of all. Woman kwa to omo brofo said you must see a month for air bread, a month for TM amanfoɔ tiem paa amanfoɔ kam ɛwɔ dɛm amanfoɔ struggle and at least anya yie koraa no obi adi 19 years 20 years ɔpɛ sɛ ɔno so ɔkɔbɔ bra kakra then this person wonim sɛ obi tumi frɛ ɛsrɛ sɛ kyɛ me 20 cities na memfa ntɔ light yeah kyɛ me 50 cities na memfa ntɔ light ɛnyɛ ne yam kɔm o ɛnyɛ aduane first paa no na aduane ne nkurɔfoɔ dwene ho sɛsɛ na ɛkɔm di nipa no koraa ɛkɔm di no ɛwuro di no ɔntumi ntɔ nsuo ɛkɔm di no ɛwuro di no enti ɔhyɛ ɛkɔm no ɛne ɛhuhuro no a ɛne saa deɛ a onya 50 bi koraa de tɔ light na fan no bɛbɔ ama atumi ada kakra why yɛte ama mu why adɛnti na yɛsɛ yɛte ama mu yɛwɔ resources yɛwɔ biribiaa na yɛtumi brɛ nipa ba brɛ nipa ba wosia nkurɔfoɔ tumi sɛ adwendwene da nipa no so wotumi sɛ nipa n'ani abere why enti nyansani biara ni ɔman wei mu obɛtumi aboa yɛn why these are the issues and here I see a tackle you hear them talking about GDP and the NDP kwasi akeka nkwa kwasi asem nkwa the real issues are there. We are not talking about rent. You need any system biya ebetimi ama obi a obobra ose abrabo ase. Ose abrabo ase. Then you need 15,000-20,000 to go and rent. Obeda abobra no. Obeda abobra no. Obeda dan. No obi awie sika no de akogu mpaase. Oba besia no awie sika no de akogu mpaase. Akwala obobra o. O here 20,000, 15,000 to rent a place. If you ever be catch you say 1 year or pay 2 years. And I cried yes, so the man no aba obi brain is kakesi no aba say 2 na usika nieje na obi so ope because obi ama ne ska kese. Why? And minim say ene di animu no handlers are omo handle JM omo man speaking to these issues. Light bill no beba no untimi, water bill beba no untimi. And it doesn't make sense. Adjuma Kwame, the chairman pomfo nyina. It doesn't make sense. It be a 1 month, 2 months, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Ne so ma. Into busa omo say omo jeje eye sa sika nyina omo de yeden. Se bo so me aso obi agene monthly salary no de nyina to light eni nsuo. Ɔde nyina to light ni nsuo. odwene ho a wonte ase. Without you see, in the abundance of water, the fool is thirsty. Rat race, yes. Yeah. It's so sad. It's so sad. Na na kwa bia ose ba bia wote ensuo for long wa moso but omo boso me suane abro 1800 bill tia me no ka say no akufu ado ne ba wo mia no they don't care. Omuntia light bill, omuntia water bill. Femo pare, ontia light bill, ontia water bill. Onfa ho. Kandapa, ontia light bill, ontia water bill. Onfa ho. Onfa ho. They don't care. Upon Kroma a video no, you see almost in so manner near machine no. Get it for me. Me see ya me near upon Kroma, Michiana maybe and say Quadropon. And the Oyamon show. And that they be okay, Oyamon show, who traffic Oyamon show. If we say what a siren doing into who traffic Oyamon show. Oh, I understand problem no na na me no wo no say opposition no the way they were complaining the things they were complaining about mama video no meba any man no complaining
here in Africa in Accra include traffic. I'm sure it frustrates you as well. There are things like corruption that make all of us mad when we listen to the radio and hear all the chatter every morning. When you turn on your taps and they are not running, or you switch on the lights and they go off, there are things that frustrate us. There are things that scare me. I'm sure they scare you too. I'm getting scared at the increasing rate of robbery in our cities today. I'm getting worried when I see the population numbers go up and the employment numbers not necessarily go up. It worries me that in the very near future we're going to see something we don't like. But those are some of the things that get me scared or disappointed or worried. Me here in Africa in Accra include traffic. I'm sure it frustrates you as well. There are things like corruption that make all of us mad when we listen to the radio and hear all the chatter every morning. When you turn on your taps and they are not running, or you switch on the lights and they go off, there are things that frustrate us. There are things that scare me. I'm sure they scare you too. I'm getting scared at the increasing rate of robbery in our cities today. I'm getting worried when I see the population numbers go up and the employment numbers not necessarily go up. It worries me that in the very near future we're going to see something we don't like. But those are some of the things that get me scared or disappointed or worried. Me here in Africa in Accra include traffic. I'm sure it frustrates you as well. There are things like corruption that make all of us mad.
This is him. Ohun ote robbery na wabo. No, I'm frustrated. Ohun say population increase and there is no system to absorb and control employment. Na ne raho. And I could you today when you ask a job upon Kroma today, under this harsh worse conditions are your woman says yeah. Could you upon Kroma say oh who trafficker? No, I am worried. Saturday John Mahama. The John Mahama at the cast free volley ebe gun crying. Say we are traffic. Now who are no I disappointed, no I frustrated. Because your Pon Kroma say, oh tear radio no ati corruption na he gets mad or take corruption. Today, corruption is okay for Kojo upon Kruma because now the chronics, then in Crawford area. Yeah, it's okay for him. He's fine because the Crawford area. So I know the Crawford area there. What is it? Kojo upon Kruma say, oh no. Obie ne tab na se nsuo ma enflow a oso light na se Ansah today only problem enye Kojo upon Kroma nkwa na like is directed to him ono de so yo mu akola Akufo-Addo complained same. They said same things. Have a grandpa and no bronya and yet de your mama bronya and yet de. Say for the Christmas, go see Krumu Joku, no bianga and no. Today here we are. But I am concerned with the light and water. Rent crowd ye maho. Say obi ani ni bedim komo across the country bia e rent isun. Lady be frame ni me dim komo o ka kire me say boy a onene tie no nka won pene but boy na timi ahan dan tie say o pene sa na o tra ne nchen bi e wo dem mo. Because o say guy no bono obono but okay so okaso okọ ba bi there which means say okọ back to her village. Light bill ni water bills ama mebuna ye mobo omo ye mobo first man na young girls no nko mo sere sika omo di koto aduane o. But today, as we speak, bright tibu say ensu a efa omo ayimu ewo awoshine eba green color. Yeah. Apotobi brain omo bu mamusa no. Yeah. Apotobi brain omo bu mamusa no. Water bill, light bill. Water bill, light bills. Ghana ni or your den or they fine. It's so sad. It's so sad. Anyway, yeah. Me yeah juma BCC here quick one because me who okay. So I think Kobe Fiagbe senior sending me okay. All right. So, okay. All right. So obi frey nana or say onim nipa kro. Anyway, obi so sending me a message on this. I'll say, Commander, in as much as the light bills are high these days, I think a lot of people need to check their earth wires. Okay. Installed in your houses. When they become weak, the meter runs a lot. Nana Minter Senior. Okay, so wo earth wires. Minim say the Messiah church in the mama amount for atiase. But the test away can say earth wire no weaker. you know so to me ma o meter na error ne and so amount for more complaints no they should check. Okay, all right, quick one. Mamene Ora Edward Kariwe. Okay, General Secretary Ghana Agricultural Workers Union in Nkomo. Chairman Akwaba.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Pacho Bokodi.
I'm doing well. What about you too?
Great.
Yes.
Okay, so we are talking about 15% VAT on electricity. And I think for now it's on hold, but yet we have various groups talking about the issue, coming up with other opinions. But from your end, what is your take on this decision?
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you, and then also to those who are listening to us. And I'm very happy that you have afforded me an opportunity on your esteemed platform to share my views on this important issue. The question I want to ask is, you are saying it is on hold? The VAT on the
yes. I think you have the statement. That is what I've heard because I think it's on hold.
Yes. No. Well, we are yet to know that because I've also heard on social media or seen on social media that Cabinet has taken a decision to put it on hold, but that is not what our governance system is in this country. Cabinet operates at a high level. They take decisions. We don't know what decisions they take. And then it is various sector ministers who are supposed to convey the decisions of Cabinet to the appropriate quarters. So if government is going to now change their modus operandi of dealing with the public and dealing with workers, then we are yet to know that. But what we know is that Cabinet does not relate with the public on matters affecting the public. It is the sector ministers who are in Cabinet who would bring out what Cabinet wants them to say in the public.
Yeah.
So I just want to put it that we in Labour are yet to be properly updated, informed about government decision to withdraw the VAT on electricity consumption. And it is important for us, we insist on this because government cannot muddy the waters by throwing out information that this information is coming from Cabinet and that you are putting it on hold. It is never Cabinet that directed ECG and then NETCO to liaise with GRA to implement
but Uncle Edward, I think at the end of the day it has a political ramifications. So then they needed to take it back to the Cabinet for them to take decisions on it. From where I sit, that is what I think though.
Yeah, you see, I'm not saying that Cabinet should not discuss it. In fact, it could probably be the case that Cabinet decided that they were going to impose it. Impose that tax at this time of the year on us. But then it is not Cabinet that communicated to the ECG and NETCO. You see, this is the point I'm making.
Okay.
So if the Minister for Finance has communicated to ECG and NETCO, and then we have reason against it, and then he had to revert to Cabinet, we don't expect to be hearing directly from Cabinet. And in fact, Cabinet has not even issued any statement to that effect. What we have heard, unless I have there's information somewhere which I have not heard, is that it is a rumor that Cabinet has taken a decision to halt it. But we have given a clear and unambiguous request.
So which means there is no official statement from the government. Is that what you want to say?
Well, I don't see that as an official statement from Cabinet, and I'm yet to understand whether it is part of our governance system whereby Cabinet communicates directly to the public and particularly to a particular section of the society that has opposed a policy. I've not heard anything about that. I didn't know anything about that. And then if this is going to be a new way of doing things as part of our governance, then they should write. We want to see it being signed by Cabinet And when you talk about cabinet, that is a body. But the body has a secretary. There's somebody who communicates for that particular body. Is it the secretary to the cabinet who is?
It seems like you have mistrust for the government.
Please, it's not a question of mistrust. Of course, it's a question of why government chooses not to go by their own mode of communication to their own people. Why have they chosen not to? This is just to muddy the waters. This is just to create the impression that, forget about all that. Cabinet has already taken the decision. Who are we going to hold? That cabinet has taken the decision. When government asks us, or if you hold any person, and it depends, if you say cabinet, were you at cabinet? Did cabinet write a letter to you? Have you seen a letter from cabinet? Who signed the letter? We are far matured than these things. These are political strategies which will not work with us. We are well-informed Ghanaians. We know what we are doing. We requested government to act definitely. Anything short of that, we think that government is not responding. And we are not going to fall to this social media information coming here and there to throw dust into public eyes that, government is taking the action. No. Who can vouch for that particular information in the public? Nobody. And in any case, that's what I'm saying, that government decisions are conveyed by definite people to the public. Either the Minister for Communications or a sector minister and so on. But did you hear the Minister for Communication coming out in public to say that this is what cabinet has decided?
Okay, so I think they communicated through Asasi Radio.
Which communicators?
Asasi Radio, Gadwa Chidako's FM station.
Mother, you see, it is a radio station like yours, and if we have never known that it is a mouthpiece of government.
Yes, but at least they are closer to the seat of government. So they're getting access to information. I mean, they are in a better position to get information more than I can get. So probably yes, first-hand information.
But you see, we are running a structured governance system, and that structured governance system, Asasi Radio has no place in it. It cannot represent the voice of government. It can rumor, and one day the rumor will be true. But we cannot take whatever comes from Asasi as a government communication to us. It is the minister, they don't work for the Minister for
Information.
Finance.
Yeah.
It is the Minister for Finance who wrote the letter to ECG. And our demand is direct, that please withdraw that particular directive to ECG and NETCO to work to impose tax on electricity consumption.
So simply you are not enthused, or I mean you are not satisfied with the fact that the thing is on hold. You just want them to cancel it, like just issue a statement and cancel it.
Not that we are not satisfied, even there has no communication to us. What we are talking about is not a communication to us. So it is not that there's a communication, but the communication we have received, we are not satisfied with. We need to clarify this point. It is not like a communication that is coming to government to us in response to what we are doing, and then we are saying no. And we know, because all of us, we created this type of governance system for ourselves. Cabinet does not speak by rumor. Cabinet speaks to either the Minister for Information or a specific sector minister. And in this particular instance, it is the Minister for Finance who wrote the letter directing ECG and NETCO, and he has not come back to say the same. So if Cabinet is actually interested in withdrawing it and have taken that decision, then they should have even asked the Minister for Finance to come out immediately. I mean, 2-sentence letter that look, or 1-sentence letter that look, we have withdrawn the imposition of VAT on electricity consumption. We have therefore directed ECG and NETCO and VRA to stop. And our previous letter is of no effect, then we know that the government is concise and then precise and then straightforward to the issue.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with your point.
Yes.
I agree with your point.
Look, you see, we must let government know that we don't know where government is coming out with all these ideas. You know, and I don't know in whose interest is government working. In whose interest is government working for? Are they working for the people of the country, or they are working for whose interest? Look, you cannot. All the issues that have been, I mean, I listened to you and some of the things that the Minister for Information, that is Kojo Opon Nkoma, I think ever raised. And those issues, are they present today? Are they still available? Is corruption there? We are not saying that corruption will ever be ended. But the thing is corruption today the same as corruption the time those statements were made? Today, corruption, in some of us, our view, is institutionalized. Today, corruption has been has reached a point whereby it is rather rewarding to engage in corruption than not to engage in corruption. But we have not seen anybody who has engaged in corruption being punished for it. And you see, when you talk about corruption, because they want to limit us to the legal, aspect of corruption. Corruption has two dimensions. One is a legal aspect. The other one is a moral issue. Mm-hmm. So, if, for instance, they have to prosecute you, then they must follow up with the legal processes. They must have hardcore evidence that you have engaged in corruption. The other aspect is that if they don't want to pursue the legal aspect, you can simply be relieved of your post. Because every minister, every public authority, particularly in a certain category, works at the pleasure of the president. So if you're a minister or government official whose lifestyle has changed, but they cannot trace the source of your income, the president can say that, look, you are creating a bad name for me, therefore, please, I am relieving you of your post. But when we then hear that if anybody says this person is corrupt, you should come with evidence. Evidence is adduced at court. And it's not every matter of corruption that must go to court, because there's a moral issue to it as well as the legal aspect of it. So today, it is rewarding to engage in corruption, and you know very well that nothing will happen to you. In fact, that is one thing that is predictable in the society, that even if you engage in corruption in this in Ghana today, the worst that can happen to you is they say that go and sit at home. But you are not going to be prosecuted with it. All that you have stolen, no effort will even be made to retrieve that money. You can imagine. Look, let me tell you. Some people, if they give you, as you sit there, and myself, they give us 10 million each. And then we know that we are not going to work for the next 5 years, 10 years. Tell me, if you work today from now till 10 years, will you be able, when you are going on retirement or leaving the job, will you be able to get 5 million? Will you be able to get 1 million? So why won't people engage in corruption when they know very well that the worst punishment they will get when they engage in corruption is just that we are taking you off from your job?
But okay, so Uncle Edward, let me solicit your opinion on this matter. There is this argument on the street that Bawumia will be better than Akufo-Addo. I'm asking this question based on your submission that yes, corruption, has become endemic. There are other issues, pressing issues, that leadership is failing to tackle. But now they are telling us that at least given the opportunity, Bawumia will do better than Akufo-Addo. Maybe he can fight the corruption for us.
That first and foremost, when you want to know somebody today, you need to know about his past. And then you also have to know how this person can now move forward. All the promises that Bawumia made, who made him to make those promises? In fact, we will say it is when he's in government and then he's only a vice president, and that is the argument which I find very weak, that because he's a vice president, he doesn't control the economy. There is a lead, there's somebody ahead of him. People don't respect him. He can't do anything. That is not the matter here. The matter here is this: before Bawumia came to power, what didn't he say about the economy? He asked questions to the then vice president, the late Excellency
Ansah. Yeah,
you get me. Now, the man was not able to respond to those questions, and unfortunately, he passed on. He has taken over power as vice president. He should respond to those questions. He should provide the answers and bring them out into the public domain, because what he wanted a vice president to do, it is the same constitutional and governance structure that the then vice president was under. So if he knows that the vice president has not got authority to do certain things, why was he asking him to answer those questions? It means he had the authority. And again, the other promises, the lectures he gave everywhere, and promised us everything, that we are going to move from taxation to production. Where is the production? You can't tax people to, Ghana cannot tax itself to prosperity. Ghana cannot tax itself to out of the the economic challenges we are having. You know, so the man himself, you look at him based on what he himself has said, without voluntarily, without coercion, without force, without not under duress. He said them. He went and made lectures on them. The records are all there. He went to radio stations, sat before televisions, TV cameras, sat before other microphones, and stated categorically that they will not bring about e-levy. They will not bring about this. They will not do this. They will not do that.
Yeah.
What is it today? So we are going to judge him not based on comparing him with His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, but his own record. His own record has demonstrated that the man, if he's a man of principle, that is the thing that we don't see. If he's a man of principle and knew and believed very strongly that when he was a vice president, he wanted to implement the things that he said he would do, and he was stopped, he should have resigned. After all, what is it? If you are not a president, you will still leave. After all, what is it? He's already an academic. He's already someone who can work with global institutions, which he was doing outside that. He has worked with Bank of Ghana. He has got money that can take care of him and his family. Why is it that he does not resign on a question of principle? So we are looking at him based on what he himself said and what he has failed to do. He said, if you do not, if your economic fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. Yeah. When he knows very well that a first-year economic student knows very well that as for exchange rate, it is not based purely on the economic fundamentals. Otherwise, if it is based on economic fundamentals, the US dollar would have been the most expensive currency in the world, because that is US is the number one economy of the world. China's currency would have been the second. But you see, you need to manipulate currency. So he deceived all of us, and then people who do not even know believe that when he comes, he will be able to do it. He has come, he set up committees. There was a committee to even investigate why the cedi was depreciating against the dollar. What is the fate of that committee? Is it still there? Is it working? What achievements have they made? Look, fuel, which they complain bitterly about. Today, a liter of fuel is almost the same price like a gallon of fuel, which is about 4 to 5 liters in 2016. We are not saying that things should not change. Even if it were that, a gallon of fuel has now gone up to, say, 17 cedis.
Yeah.
When it was around 14 cedis in 2016. We can still understand. We can appreciate that. But today, even a liter is almost a gallon of fuel just within 80 years.
It looks like the Labour front is not happy with Bawumia's performance.
You see, the Labour front is not happy with the government performance. And what we also think is that Bawumia is a key member of the government. He's not just a mere vice president. He's a technocrat. He's an economic guru, as he made all of us to understand. But you see, at the end of the day, economics is not only about theory. It's also a practical subject. You see, at the end of the day, what are the results? That makes economic theories relevant. So all his economic theories is propounded to solve the problems of this country. Where are the results? You see, otherwise, those theories will have to be abandoned.
All right. Agreed. Thanks for speaking to Accra FM.
Thank you, sir, my brother.
All right. Okay, so that's it. Live on Accra 100.5 citizens. Yo, but what here? All right, Edward Karaway, on a General Secretary, the Ghana Agricultural Workers Union, and what raising issue be about the VAT 15% VAT on domestic electricity, blah blah blah. Ne point I raising is say why ne communicating ma Ghana for say adie no matwam. And I said it's on hold. Official letter way. To be honest, the only thing I've seen is from Ansah Radio.
Okay.
And I think you heard him speaking to it.
Yeah,
and that is the issue. 15%.
So, thank you. You see, I have a problem with the way a man for a year surprised when it comes to how things have gone on in the past, and things are still going on in the present and even into the future.
Yeah.
To say a bit to me, be as a sabine. I'm very surprised when people are surprised. I say, I buy way be a way biano. Say we are very technical. You are able to believe that we don't have a president because technically the misbehavior of Abino, any how nepotistic government such as this behave I had to say even persons that are not in government, they are seen to be very relevant in the system now. Obi say Gabi. In fact, at some point, na akwai to say cabinet meeting kurano okobi, and decisions bi owa aban no ansa na ebi kura ba da bedwamu no officially no na ono edi kan ama Ghana fo nyina ya aware.
Yeah.
You can remind yourselves with the e-levy staffs.
Yeah.
You can go as far as, PDS time. And your man will be a 1 year bemu. I mean, any quite say information be or crana. You see, the reason why will be a minister of state. Your man is swear oath of secrecy, oath of office, any oath of allegiance, is because and you may be one any quite say the general public or members of the general public nimu baku krate because they are secrets. What I say?
Yeah.
And to the extent that and I mean no say what we're weaving into the government persons that are your friend is saying ne trainees and ne appointees, the former appointees, and they have found themselves in relevant state institutions to say your friend say national security. Akwa no wo Danko Institute and now the national security ano yeah kobi e na akwohwe. And so we are sitting on a time bomb.
Yeah.
A bit may explode because persons that ordinarily would not have even qualified to be in such places, and then they are in charge.
Yeah.
And we will merely discuss some of these things because I don't know who's not anymore.
Yeah.
And a ridiculous say a bias say now the labor force Opa ene mo mun yintum say oh aban krasi say na omunka say okay let's halt all activities in relation to that news now. Me no I see it as I mean a fictitious something any quite will be a use said the omono abided by the principles of life because you see how do you say and you can hear from all the other media outlets no saying say oh government has suspended. How does a government suspend something without communicating it through a state? Your friend is saying a bureau or you're in charge of communication.
Then it becomes official.
Then it becomes official because a certain stupid individual be baby ako bien kwasia radio Jimmy radio edin kwasia sem in his Jimmy mu atro krata beto bedwam say sana aban dwen and because or what a relationship with President Akufo-Addo as a cousin tino wono kadia ene ebeye no kre does not mean eye no kre. I was happy when you were saying probably all through your discussion probably does not make things factual. And so media I'm worried, but I'm not surprised.
But I'll come back to you. Uncle Samuel Agri, Executive Secretary, Food and Beverage Association of Ghana. Uncle Sam, Akwaba.
Yeah, then now.
Bokodi. I think come to you. I feel intimate Kasai. I think come to you. Uncle Sam, 15% VAT on electricity. Now, yeah, made the man the mass city Ansah radio story. I don't know whether other putters are Ansah radio na me that omonya information say cabinet hold adene on say omo enya botre from momo angle mwate ehwo asem na etimo say
yo that's enough say omuka so much chance and then say the answer but you can't see bibia except abine issue statement be aka say omo the friend say 15% I will translate here and record 21%. Now area my yes civilians and that's my money now what media also we are going to automatically that 21% increment was not right. As I say the water away to town say now near my question as citizens, what are we benefiting from government? What are we really getting from them? Okay, your friends from any child, hospital, the only thing that can do is to give you your friends further cost. Would you put an academic never come after now benefits when you're free, Daniel Wayne. And you know, the kind of say, Abaka say, Omo, Omamunu, Entia, part of electricity. In fact, and for industry, a young individuals, you know, I saw electricity, fuel, and the HS can always decide the income as a star, as I say, about the star. And says to start off, it doesn't give us the right say, young two. Then a bear, the Asika about the salary to be used to a quarter life. And you know, the organized labor can say, or more strike. Now, we are buying entry sire. I don't think that I say Jama or Munkwan or Moye. Then now, I am my own private sector. We need to get involved because they are affected. And you know, can say a company say a buy and sign no say all of us must get involved. Private sector must get involved. The employer and say as some see our side it's no moment and make a
That's a demonstration. You back home one. That's a market phoning now. Be a back home. Now, yeah, then a day on back campfire. And yet, now you say, but almost communication about say a campfire. Yeah, I think that should be the right call. I so to me follow. If you know, say a campfire, then there's no need for anyone to ask for any anything. Dialogue and I say, a demonstration and I say, we be a fast animal way.
Citizens
would deserve a better deal. This is not the way to go.
Well, Namine, your friend is one of the union leaders, Edin Komosis here. I don't know the Senate who follow here, but no one who raise concerns. There is no official communique from the government, whether from information ministry or finance ministry through the information ministry, and I say from ECG. Now we don't know why not Eka say, why not HH remove. So it seems like there is some mistrust somewhere. A man for G assembly say and pass a binder say hold on with that initiative.
See, sir, you're quite the idea. I'm saying a Bible spokesperson, the Minister of Information. They should come out and clarify. Say, as some of you no pray and not any pray. Near who social media no pray and not any pray. We understand the or my money now, baby. I won't pay the last minute and for what after or more as a couple or more or ye Ansah what I say, oh, I didn't cry a chance at that, no more away. And you know, if you are more than Sabino, I can say, Namaya, they should come out and communicate to the whole country. They won't say, they are costing it. But I don't think that social media communication right. Once our son, let the friends and media houses get the copies and report as such. We understand then you will instill the confidence in the people. But hearsay, you know, official communication, then this. The whole thing is very difficult. Now, a is also and what, you know, the American say, anyone in way, the almost the action fire. They should go ahead and make that communication for everybody to hear. Simple announcement will instill confidence in everyone. For mine, that's almost say, call demonstration now. The celebrity can carry all of us. Say when you need power, better organized labor, but it makes it easier for them saying, say, young play Emma Sade went from, and you're from Monfan, you did a more aqua way, a fire in my own. So I'm more pay or more friends saying salary increment in the Sanya money there, then we'll leave it to them. But if it comes to things like this, the whole country, I say in here, because I think and you bet no memoir. Yes, sorry, taxes. This was a picture of the original, a one and go through. Internet Kwabena, your little income, same Janet sources. You know, you better say, Sakwan or Moody Fasudia. We simply do not agree with them. So, and I'm saying the other side of the communication that came out is about the vehicular emissions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every car now, we have a problem now. What's the manufacturing sector, distribution sector? Now, I feel no. And Kwabena say, you suicide, you never bought across to say there's a hidden cost somewhere that is coming that we all of us do not agree. It's still a buying, like I said, obey. What's your emission taxes here? The petrol, yes, it's here. EPA, never over crab, but they are fat, Sanema will you pay for. So, which year for recycling, which year for environmental emissions, this Sanema will now. Are we saying, say, if this tax is going to take effect, are we going to take those taxes off? There'll be, you know, for us to go forward, to consolidate all these taxes together and then make it one tax. But then 5 tax, and to 2 to so na ye ntia na for EP yeah manufacturing sector so into who cannot talk about animal we buy, then it becomes a problem. If you know, it is the way we have to go. We are not saying say we shouldn't. The right call, but on the other side, so one training here, what it means is that in control of multi taxes, limit here, no, Nikan is smoking. Our council, a bat, another total, a taxi driver, another private man. Nikan is smoking. The only thing that you say is after I'm paying for the friend is saying pollution tax, instead of an I have to go. But we should have a candid, your friend saying procedures via there to say this is the way we are going to fight that emission and also pollution now. About the one then you are there to Kulma, yes, a tiny man, you be here free home. Vivian by and one say it goes into consumption tax because government wants to show up the fairness and the balance. We shouldn't allow this to happen. We should put the formulas in first. You will say, I did win. Quite win your first I resolve problem. There's a reason. Then everybody will come on board. But I can say to come not say this can get idea. Then we don't support such a call. If you know, if there's anything to go by, abandon to not say, Casa, yes, pollution, we cannot solve the problem, but at least we will seem to be trying to solve the problem. Into a super take a car, let's say in a queen. Into Casa, pollution and now, there's no need to let those cars be on the road. Into no, woman insurance, woman, your friend is saying a road readiness. Into that car will not come on the road. If the policeman sees such cars, we should arrest them. So that those of us who are going to pay, we know say we are paying for a purpose. And Kwabena say we should all allow everything to happen the way it is. We must have a solution in place, and then we can all come together and make sure that whatever taxes are there, like I say, interest, but it's our petrol here for it's our this is an IATiano. It's our friends, kerosene. Electricity, those things now are here. All these things are there. Which one are you going to consolidate for us to do to be paying? We shouldn't just come and say, you share emission tax. There be money, but the environmental tax na that is the emission tax that they are talking about. They shouldn't give it a name and hang it. Young say, a farm dance will be to me. I say, ABCD way. Already know we are paying. So why are we coming to pay in a different way? We should not allow this to happen at all.
All right. Agazam, that's it. Okay, all right. So, Ora Samoa agree. On a General Secretary for Food and Beverages Association, Ghana. I'm right back to the studio. Ora Edgar, Redu adjoining on your insurance marketer. Sansona Ora Kofi Capito, executive officer, Kwabena Demand Protection Agency, or joining a Consumer Protection Agency, or joining your studio. I say, but listen, no one
I was trying to let us understand. Say, I say in Ghana for no. Yeah, 2 doors out. I'll allow any pekuo kituebi. Yeah, omunru eduonu.
But as I said, radio so bet me, baby ana mene agricultural friends workers union secretary ni nyadwene. As I said, radio is a media platform. Like any other platform to me access information from where they can also get information and put it out there.
Not can. You see, where I disagree with you, Nese, if there was a level playing field that I've seen, say, will be here to me, a course also for information. And now, I cry FM4, a yakwa 4, or Mwanko. And as I say, radio, Akko, and when information now. It's a different subject. We can discuss that. Because you're a journalist or more Ghana, how we are quite before. ɔmo mpɛ adwuma ɔmo mpɛ brɛ deɛ ɔmo paa ne sɛ yɛnkɔdi anaa yɛnkɔ kele stories and the bi we can discuss that, but this is someone ɔyɛ busuani a cousin to Akufo-Addo a wabie ne radio station ɔde radio no akɔyɛ te sɛ cabinet meeting no membership no ɔmo attend meeting no ɔmo swear oath of secrecy. You cannot be a member of the cabinet without swearing an oath of secrecy. You cannot. In fact, say who call cabinet your friend is saying cabinet meeting. Nese onye member of the cabinet kura ne se bia wo kwa koma information. Eno no ye will procedure obefa so ansa na wakwa akọ bia by way of giving information to the cabinet no kura ye will processes how fam. Enti say ye technical as a state and you say adan na Ghana ni journalist bia ntimi anya information na mum Akufo-Addo cousin Gabi so nana and na wetimi anya information and that a little of faith we can discuss
baby information ni free ba no na over problem ana say ade no enye official me metietie various groups since this morning an issue papa no raise and almost raise say that wine say
I'm worried about how Ghana is being governed and how information any kind say journalists na am I a hint because Sebi, what is the hint about? A buying na was say or per se or the tax bito electricity so meboa
and or communicating through
what they information ebe 2 bedroom no amafo ado so no akra ma yakwa akon say aban ni local standard a obetimi di ayes ade no because it must go through parliament and sana yetimi anya emra ebe baaki aban amana timi di sa adwuma no enya sa enti in the course of the action no ena obi a wabie ni radio a woye Akufo-Addo nua brofka se woye ne cousin wono nso so abie radio station odi akoto sa radio station ne platform so say aban kura se ekura se maka ne so manwe enya sa ena ye ka se sa nipa kro no ni nyina so ne sen ya wono di koto radio so say eti afen na me mehu se Ghana for because it has happened almost many as I say radio reportage and a man for Jina so say hey say na ban edwin at some point one no be catch Ghana for say o manya 60 million accrued in the fund meboa then no nya sa figure no it is because you need government wadwen Ghana for ho a woni ye na enye ye no aya busuakuo bi e no mo ti baabi e no mo press afidie ni batem no mo kire say yenko ka say ti wo Gabi wudi kan ko ne ko ka say ukọ ne Twitter handler as if so no na president hunu.
Okay, so me producer I'll check it from information ministry or more a website and there is no information to withdrawal of the
Gabi and a president or a vice or a information minister communication minister or a BBA or a finance minister. How when you're in also when your domestic politics be no how nanka ye den na wote Ghana asemo ye koso wo hu bi da and I guess obi asase radio no obi for den omo di asase radio reportage be kwa kire IMF say hwe say aban ekrampo because of the ekoso nti yetimi aye say eno no mo de beko because I think it is the first time I say
and can say omo di atu information ministry
are waking up from their sleep. I feel na mehu. This is the reaction I'm expecting from Ghanaians. Thank you. Shall say from day one, very technical. and Kobi and to me sorry say Gabia so that I say Bako be radio na me aban si say aban no ka ho or your spokesperson ma aban eno no de ya na ode anya ne ho twom no aban letter o gina so dia kasa na we ye ka fake news they are the first publishers of fake news. First publishers, fake news. Because it's fictitious. Is it the reality? Must the government not communicate before a journalist can say, Abai say? What is his locus? Assassin radio locus, but just because Ghana for your fan sa and acquire to say a bushia and omu free baby na oma bewie baby na ya oma fire say ye nwa ya fire nwa o Ghana for ye go gabi di kan ko ma radio for no nye sei omo ye wi a na afi no labor for no ama for kra be kasa na sa ban kra twen asan and you can hear from many platforms
and I think that is
me and then me tie your friend say joy for omo say aban are rescinding the decision je no mu gina so because of Assassin radio reportage.
Anyway,
and it's endemic. Oh, abaya dia edidi yemu akwai to say Gabi na 20 yenti no ene odi free we dey kitchen hwa aben and wanu abeka. Men you know say Gabi so why nobody e wa aben mu.
Wo na bia hu ni sa.
Gabi Kwabena, what is his locus? Gabi ni portfolio ni den. What dey aye frakadam e flim flam nkofo just because or your cousin to Akufo-Addo. He cannot tell us baby and a wolf ni free. Apart from being a film flammer, he cannot. He has swindled many just because he's a cousin to Akufo-Addo. He cannot tell us how he got the money he has today. Apart from being a criminal, a film flammer, he cannot. So what JD say why Akufo-Addo offer ne cousin. Ninia. And untino we a minister Krampa, he remote controls you as if say or a president. It has been his behavior. What you can say no tia no dia bagana. It has been his behavior. And upa Google about this now how many media portals and a report to asemwa o makofa free asasi. Amana be to say eno na ye no kre. Without any basis, any omunya even toilet paper cream for aban ho say aban say bagabi na kenti no. Is that not a work of a swindler? Anyway, I'll come back to you. Make our man for say CMG sika chede no. And Kwame ya cha say 500 and ya cha 500. And I'm for GB Kofi kama. All right, so star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. So aha. Se ubomwa se edoba procedure no. Sa 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5 krong. Bo se daw phone so chirikra. Na ebi kura niema akoto no dwom ne no enko yi o. E wan for entade. So the akoto ntimi nto. The ono so oton so ayento. Ti we no oto na 500 abeto phone so say krim. Wa for the form. We yo ala ona akro no. Okay, so let's do star 413 hash. Ubo wi a. Ubo so be ma your first option. 5 cedis per. And now here say what they a two sara for we 5 cedis 500. The next 30 minutes maybe bomb winners. One year in temwa wara yo Abga akwaba boko there am say just say all the whole microphone no man mom emuye oh okay ose emuye yeah emuye fine and them anyway so 15% VAT on
electricity and there are two issues now man for doing commodity emission tax and also hango me who any official statement labor force for now shall see raise concerns so we see a year at break for now they have started asking say are buying when they say or I withdraw a yes 15% no because I buy neighbor casano or cassette a far for to sound for finance ministry finance ministry so ma ECG for directive it is a and say bar or monochese ombe here the same official communique na omde akura because no so ombe yechre na yechre no mu no na saa de we kopie ye ya omo no ose wo mu hu bibia me hu no asas radio beyond that me e bia bibi fufuro bia ba me hu ye dia. Now that is the concern now about this 15% VAT withdrawal.
Anyway, some Ethiopia, at times, everyone walk across anyone you must say, cry, yes, I'm in the sense, is one, yes, the labor front for opinion for no,
yeah.
The Oma Canon, it's the right sense saying, yeah, look, say what raw letter, right? Now say, yes, say there's a problem with it, and Abibia, the right thing to do, and it's a Obasanjo raw letter, which will supersede,
yeah,
the what raw earlier, no,
yeah,
but the contents in that letter, no, would give a proper meaning. At the Kuntia, sa letter no, a supersede.
Yeah, o mic no guy. I think say that microphone is.
So
yeah, this is better. Yeah, this is better.
So what happens is when that letter comes now, that letter no be supersede.
Now what you see?
Watch your first one.
Yeah,
it's a big deal. But said you see cancel now. People say at times I can say when any Zimbia, well, we just have to ignore it. I mean, and let's waste the space for other more important things. So
before now, Bano, and Obi sende me a year ne water bill.
Yeah.
December.
Yeah.
Utia a postpaid.
Yeah.
Utia 337 Ghana cedis.
Yeah.
January, a buy no with the same volume. On say Ayana or receipts no almost show the volume of water we use.
Yeah.
So the same volume, and the person is paying 600 from December, January. Okay. Same with light. Then the issue about say 15% the beka you bet to me. Because even with the current state, and that is where the discussion is coming from. So 15% in the Bekawan. And you bet to me, I survive as a country. 15% in my Yakrano. A guy, Yajia Hua NJ. Now 15% Abba. And that is where the labor front no. I want to move the Denis free basse. Say, I buy say. Wa ye free what dia then I buy no can ye na abotoya momra. That is where the conversation is.
You know, and I may say no quite so no, but and you may be a honoma. I also would say and you may be a say in the sense say first of all, sir 15%.
Yeah.
So no. At the go to America say we are just wasting time on it. They say one. The first implementer. Implementer now or no yeah ECG now or beji sikano. ECG now ba beka say I don't know own to me. Well, nipa na obeya adie no no. Waba say adie na mo ka no no. Mean to me nye.
Or say very difficult.
Fine, yes. But I'll say on to me nye. A very difficult.
On me is on to me nye.
On to me nye.
Yeah.
Oh no. It is on to me nye. Why waste time? So oka say obeya. E hono mo na. Ye be sorry. But nipa na ka to so on to me nye. We bisa a few questions. We bisa a question they say. Is it about purchase or it is about consumption? Me koto ECG, me koto power 300 Ghana. And on average 15% or so. And I say ma consume every no in average 15% and I say then. ECG e bisa sa asemi. Ye mani muaye. O se mean to me nya ade no. Inti said ye musi ka ade no. Mun san ko back. Na mun konko bisa wonu ma wo mo ehihye emra no. Ade ko plot ade protein ya na wo mo pese wo mo ye den. Sa ade no mo de.
So which means omo involve ECG in taking that decision.
Fine.
There's also another question.
Fine. So then it tells you, say, it is not going to happen. Because, also mean go to form. Me say, Masa, I want to know if I'm going to go to form. Any ho. If I'm baby new to Anna.
Ayeka.
I know a kobo pa.
Ain't you know, like I'm saying, just a casa ni be on my me feels it's just a waste of time. Oh, no. But they said they labor for any kind. Like I said, no quite so no. So I your letter about there. You know, NASA yeah, they also yes, so you have to withdraw. In this year, withdraw, yeah. But you see, one of the problems, like I said, so as I see radio, I say me. I think I saw about 6 or 7 newspapers carrying the same thing. Oh no. About 6 or 7 newspapers have carried the same thing. So no. Then the question you want to ask is if a whole national issue like this, journalists, they are too abundant. Say cabinet to say I didn't cry you hold. Nasa and Kenya no cry. Can national security and go because that would have been a serious problem. Like we are causing trouble in the system. Like national security how can you put fake news on government? Government can't say now be published government can national security would have worked on them. So there's some elements of truth in the matter. Just say rational thinking people feel say I was saying a fa a quine be so. The quine na amfa so no. So no. And just like I'm saying, authority wise, if you are talking administratively, will be better to say, look, Massa, what the letter and buy. And if you are taking another decision now, it must come with a letter. So that one is in order.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter remains is 15%. Now, minimum, a dear back one, I must say, organized labor. I think it's a yambo basso. Oh, my idea. But I'm not happy with, or should I say, angle or modifier, no, and I'm in ninja.
Angle.
Yes, angle now or modify.
Okay.
Like the modus operandi.
They be just the angle on the executive, no. And I mean, no, I'm not sort of in line with them. You shouldn't attack the executive. Because who say executive there, or no, the ope, you know, say oh yeah. But Ansah say, and you may be a honuma, unto funny per enya no. Also call parliament. So it is a parliament and money choir. Unto me. So it's a parliament and money choir. Unto me.
I get your drift.
But parliament no in a passes our law no. So no, Parliament now passes our law,
and it turns out to be a lawless law.
So at the end of the day, no, nanka mi nyaya, enka organized labor, wamu energies no, nanka Parliament, wamu passes our law, no, enanka yedi ye energies ebe kwa kugu so. To the extent the crowd say, move to me are rally citizens. Say all those people who pass that law, no. When they seek for re-election, I'm be akra and vote to my warm. Oh,
yeah.
Say, we begin now to direct our energies towards Parliament. Then you just say, "Moko kotsana mufu say bibia yeah." If we are able to work towards that extent now, yeah, the kwasi adi bia ba munsum, because now you know say your next coming to Parliament, no, is based on the way you voted on matters, whether it was good for the citizens or it was bad for the citizens. You wanted to support your party or what have you.
No, but at the end of the day, then who jai executive no mama from where did to say no say SCDR
and I'm a Parliament senka Parliament and pass here. They could not do it.
Yes.
At the first time E-levy, when Parliament rose, what did they do? They had to recoil. So what they call to one Parliament and pass here, you can't do anything.
You can't implement it. It's true.
So
have you forgotten, say, at some point, even before we went on the Christmas break, we were putting government, Parliament to the task. Say, and your ma a budget na kenoforiata ya nuntino ya if you say any quite so pass budget no. Omo making sure say omonye omo koye ya. In fact, I came here and took a swipe at the speaker.
Yeah.
Over how he conducted the whole budgetary your friend is saying discussion. No? Now one more sorry, or your friend is saying majority for no more presented budget. No sorry, you know. I wasn't go through budget no somewhere.
You see, problem no. You see, if you always want to look at executive now a democracy no. Yeah, because no, like I'm saying, say executive no. Senka or that power on Parliament and once Obeka say hey motion na monye so no, but idea didn't quite to Parliament no right now more parliamentarians mo tiho idea into say they there koso no if Parliament had said no because I didn't never banner Emma so anything like I'm saying say maybe organized labor woman starting a new wave because the idea be to Parliament I'll be so much say you pass it because you're party in the no. We will now begin to work towards the citizens. Now I just say akwa we and crofo we almost say Parliament into next time when they come for re-election, make sure you don't elect them to Parliament. In other parts, in certain jurisdictions, they have documents showing the way people voted in certain matter. That is why at times they tell you that in the US, the Republicans can make a case, even the Democrats will support them. If the even the Republican Party can make a case and then they'll fight against themselves. That's true. Because at the end of the conscience in order to honor, say, is it good for my people or is not? So no. It is all kinds of what they call executive. They be executive. Now one no more creative problem no more. And I don't think that is the right thing. We should begin to create a new wave. Create a new wave. Now our wave no. Empaja flames in somu. Now citizens in somu say yes, this is the way we want to go now. I tell you, and can conform Parliament or no. They'll be very careful in the things they do. Yeah, man, because a party in no. So the idea any man better na one. And to say your friend says, can Ufuriata censure no money the no, right? You would have even got MPP people supporting it. After all, your money rebels on Kokofa by. But in Yakwa could do on them, if we the people begin to say we are voting for you because of XYZ now, you ever hear how many people can go and buy electorates And all this money 3 a day, yeah, all these things can another brassy. Because now we are assessing you. Well, no, we are assessing you based on your performance there. Now, one other thing I was saying, Muhuni say, sir, taxi, a missing tax, no money, all these things like that. Now, but quite a woman, and no answer than PA, and only insurance, dear, no.
Insurance, the any
say tax insurance.
Yeah, you know, you're saying
they say 15%, 15%. Inti, your funny say, wow, car insurance. Yes, you premium your 1,000 Ghana. Yes, you have 15% on it. Now we say 150 account. I'm buying. And also can. And your man now more a passy, you know.
Wee!
Oh, and also can your man no more passy, you know. Ain't you know?
Ain't you Ubetia, ye no ama a insurance company, no, a triama buying.
Into Chiana insurance, I follow at it, no more the aquacoma.
Mema kotoka. Be kwako insure me car. Car no me toy no. Say me two from anania me tia.
What about you who duty near duty now with Chiano no 20-something line of taxes I would cheer
23.
Would cheer no. Now was you okay because I was insure me car no. Into my core insurance company. Makwa taking insurance. We take insurance now you charge 15% VAT. See the kwakoma or buy. But one no, I was say, and you might be your home. Yes, so yet say as here. Now you who said yeah, and your man no AC ekako. Problem now on is there. Minjin this say a buy na nkasa do holo. Sa taxes no person odiba. Oh. And you on one person odiba, but akwa to say
conditionality.
But use a conditionality no or no ne same. Make sure say o tax to GDP ratio no it drew 18%. So no o tax to GDP ratio and 18%. Ain't no or no IMF no on ka say ko taxi we yo or no say o tax ratio no I'll say a year 18% of GDP.
You have to look for the average.
And the one that was a share bibia ubenya sa sikano no efri. Wow. And problem nkrofo we kokofa buy ni say. So far as woman no concern no. And yes woman e the new tax be ba. But tax be wo hold die was enkayeje. Ye nje. Whoa, it's in the end, Concofa and no near day. It's just a obvious and yeah thing. I think they know it all. Well, just so fools that degrees better into no he knows it all.
I'm near Jumaketu Ebe. Mamine Dr. Samuel Dubik Mahama. On the managing director de ma ECG in Komoketu Ebe. Mini Akwaba. Boko de. Yami adum boko afin siapa.
Afin ko betu afin say na WhatsApp frame say
Ami. Anyway, quick one. Ye di 15% VAT on electricity. Hong Kong. Meridian on baby what raise issues say enye possible ECG muntimi enyo. A difficult situation kakra. Sa no aka no. Dey on the man ye difficult mamo.
Different. Maybe our implementation aspect was no. It's Parliament passing maybe our implementation side on be a friendly legislative instrument LI. Sa LI no ebi ni ho for sa mrawe say emfa kwaji sa VAT. Eti first of all na ma ejuma na ye na nkasa eyedi. Renta na mekasa mrano e kire say G VAT no on consumption. Consumption so you find say oh kia can where the wedi. Oh. Na the wedi the udi wi answer ya den ya ji whisker. Ni ehu say 1 million na o me. But you see asema wo ni say obi yo use postpaid meter there ebia okay. No obi yo use prepaid meter deposit. And the deposit no the amount no afi no akọ use. Etu be determine the where you should know. Eti agife LI eba kire Ansah na you be say na manage 2 different kinds of categories you know. Because me to family pay and sorry nka say the me ba be ni. Because emra and na mo hye na this tax buy. But we ko dan che no. Won Bobie letter enyawo dia o kai letter na enam se na ope umuda wo mu ni se na obe kai letter no o hwe a portion bi wo ho ya cho liaise with na se ni say dey oni wo mo a implementing agencies no mun trust na mo he say adie ye betimi aye ana say ye ntumi nye because o say tax dey o dia wo say o chema eso obi aso wo so ye na obi sisi obi enti e no na ma Boni Beka say it has to be equitable. Emma incommodity ni implementation but we are at a place idea is a beko LI was a parliament. Parliament now say this it is a call for LI now. Parliament have to look at say law imu passing in 2013. One year LI now be due to say 2013 na monti asiane say and 2024 ni. Is that law still relevant in 2024? Is that relevant ani abogu? It is irrelevant so na say omo ye ho LI e dey implement. It dey was say call back to parliament because none of the okay na say na tie na enya dey abotimi implement it.
I see. Anyway, I'm say what my chechimo and we are see how I can be able. Now we just want some clarity so I will issue so. But about for Ebusa say na say can you do na ano issue.
Oh, unim. Eno na me koka o radio station ba ko so ankofo se me si media me nkwa sorry if you say you obi sisi a enye generation issue eye overload. Bobie microphone fie any gadget e wo ho no sisi amasema mika obi woni fie pa elevator kra woni fie or lift woni dem enu so obi lift ne share no wan bo ECG amane osa so wo water pump esa wo swimming pool pump na so sa niam ni nyina na afede oni ne microphone buti area ho nyina na a triple na light up
but dog Momo Juma, I say, Moye Maye, you were almost generative power on my Ghana. Minya sure say, what Obia Trim say, a miracle and you we are saying, on my Ghana, the young Koyachi. Into your population in Becosro. Your population in Cosra, Gadgets, a baby, I see be a piano, your own quite as you used to be. Into a yet more planning for mine honor. More was our plans in our to say that Micromas and Tamampo, Obi used to lift. Obi use way. So let's make electricity available. A year better me a whole this society.
100% correct. But now, share Bobie, ya you subai any problems we have. Bobie enka ECG ni crop problem number. Enka mean say Obi better me edi obi aka a transformer ho a yembo ECG amane. Unim ye ECG nam ho. wobɛkɔ akɔdu transformer sɛ wobɛyɛ ho services wodu transformer no a ɛhɔ na wobɛhu nipa ahe a yɛde aka ho mewa wo paper na wokita no paper no so sɛ ɛyɛ nipa 10 anaa nipa 12 wobɛkɔ akɔdu ɛyɛ 25 wobɛbusabusabusabusa yɛsi o ECG foɔ na na ɛyɛ okay fine ECG foɔ na na ɛyɛ wosa tracy a wobɛkɔ akɔhu so obi enya sɛ bi ta ɛbɔ ne fie no kra ɛyɛ fake eti question ni nyinaa ne sɛ nipa bɛn ɛna ɛyɛ saa adeɛ na ɛyɛ dɛ ɛma hɔ wobɛyɛ bɛ tie nua wohu da bebree na yɛ na yɛpɛ sɛ yɛka sɛ yɛ company do fraud but ne nua yi mene o saa nkɔmmɔ yɛdi bi spenda yɛayɛ suban yɛ obɛdi adeɛ no akyi connection obɛtua aboɔden 3 times ɛkyiri deɛ ka ɔkɔba ECG director ɔno no problem ne sɛ ɔba ECG director yɛbɛ delay o ba yɛbɛyɛ no bɛkɔa so ne pɔpam sisi a area bi te sɛ ɛfa area bi te sɛ ɔyarefa chado obie the speed with which that area has developed wrong.
But Dubik, and the says I will studio Accra na many Edgar a discussion bi. Media minimum say ye chichire o maya. Ye chichire o mine with projections. Ye projected. Kwame Nkrumah ye akosombo. Na Satan Ghana for ye 6 million. But na Kwame Nkrumah nim say ebre bi baba ye be do so do 10, 15, 20. Now say ye free hydro. Ye de call thermal no obroni o ye thermal so no e project say obetumi aye thermal betumi supply nipa be ye 20 million enkania enti ye ni projections bi ase bi o yarefa enti o yarefa say me pa cho do be mo koto transformers ba me boa
why
enti transformers ya mo koto de ba no mo nye projections hunu say oh transformer we area say ye de sia ebetumi afa ebia nipa dodo say at this time we should change it.
I mean, can say natural. All some projections in now have been done. The new can say your transformative. As a man can say what should I see? The problems is here and say and yes we need transformer, but in Kauba yeba MIS the low voltage lines ni a transformer injection now and can light off now experiences here no. New but who see that now open terminal we electrician no everyone can load no I am bo ECG amanye. So we are playing catch up to the situation. It is not
okay.
Okay. Here me kase mo a baby ECG afom bia me yeden me jitum.
Yeah.
Sisi a me kase me ya me kase nkofo say minim say postpaid customers bi no bills no overbilling abrim. Me sremo mumra ni embe read meter ni anya actions ni em pass correction. Me sremo me ye no atum. Asemi amika chori bromo bia obeko bia eye look overload wono ube busa ebusem hu nipa oye den odi sankofo no e kan sa load no na say obi asori a osi da a osi ebeche into den odi fa bobi uba ha say a projections for the year wo me start to say me ejuma wa ha say ya projections ge transformers ahia ahia yenim de ebe boya ma ne djuma na yeden akoyi sisi aye wo transformers ni plans in next year se light off na eba na se odipa de kanya no ho efre ye boya mane a ansa na ya yeden ya ba ho aba beboa ba bebre na no ye na meka no company wo ho se beboa mo ebesumu na so be ya de na because of connection ti no afa chire hayen the load good transformers so a win yeah it is light of the brain now AC within the period of 5 and 10 your friend will peak a high because that time no bia will feel bia so bia it will so bia now overload bad and so now triple as for generation there mekasi to say see Ghana your buffer generation will mean excess because the rate at which I see you saa bafa no enke bia betimi ati ayira but no krenya meaning the brain ye problems na ye wo sisi ano ye suban kam enti sisi ameka say obi biara o mo experience fault wo mo area na say within this period we are na light off on o mo report to the nearest district office ye put together niema ebeboa amayetimi aye some transformer injections near move loads now around to fix it we have tried our best. Your materials who are trained especially for surgery. It's the best. Light of na kosuno. Baby na so we are go. Baby na ukani aduma ko check here say prepaid news wait ya.
Very good. Wouldn't say a man for frame in there. Wɔn se yɛdum kanea yɛbɛsɔ kanea no na ne light a watɔ no yɛbɛsɔ kanea na ne nyinaa twekɔ.
Again me jitum say meters ni bi ɛyɛ faulty na meters ni bi so are expire. What is a meter or lifespan of 10 years and not 15 depending on the person who manufactured it.
Yeah.
It is so obi biara was our problem now. Would you for last receipt our toy na fabra ni enhwe na yentimi so anoma ni fix it now. We enya dia company na energy said or first careful we baby. What no one consumer meter ni 40 ya said yesterday e be replace meter no. We are making sure say you know be dig it out. She can't party enya dia me dem because I dey quite in fear and some but me make sure say electricity now what on and then you will get it to use because electricity now better than auto.
Gas go person obusu asem. Gas go obusu asem.
Yo MD design.
Jamia do boko bra peri na
say. Me so me meter back where 40 wo na mo be 5,000 cedis wo so. Me ba Obama me new meter now start me 5,000 na mami ana.
Straight because we receipt do ho no kwa de meaning time auto e. Tiki ya digitize it very often.
Also one tinti sai timu bi o ma no.
Say me see I meso ano pepe man.
Any ochina me ba ho. Any ochina me ame de be ba.
Time nipa no to e. We hu no consumption. It you bet be who say oh there be say this no restore man.
Yo.
It we dey mean your penny. E betimi asolve am pa.
Be that see bebre.
All right. Now I'm on for more pay meters on because I'm on for complaints meters ni ho.
Okay, Bobie. You see idea back what me when say sometimes and you say sometimes we be to say you meter. You will meter to the extent say if you need meter car we can put you on a virtual meter based on your previous consumption or your estimated consumption. Now your list be the whole microphobia or more apply for meters our way here. You see your friend numbers now, baby na a go rudi or no on kai. It is here the mestre will be biara wa apply for meter bia our one who receive. Yes, friend omra office. Makasa senior kaka you posting nema bebre or your website any social media handles so. It's Mr. Obefa wakwenya iso. Na masa pa cho se kakire omo. Mr. Obi a apply for meter wa twa Mr. Odiebra because you see a numbers ni bebre na what system no. Ye fra ma na ye hu baby poti ne sa nyama ni na bi say bebre na use middlemen. It mesre. You see a process the car for meter acquisition no. A start free your app no so na your website. Your paperless ni asa ko cashless. And through that no you best send no text message about what processing stages bi nyina akosi time ID meter na be den e ba be bo fi ho enti me tro so wa apply pa na on san kan a me tro bra be hu Bobie oni meter cost one single phase meter e be 1,000 dB but mo use connection man mo tiri tia be 3,000 4,000
because omo use a year right process no busu me miensa enan enum na nsa nkan
me jitu mane ya old ECG brapeni ya kan ECG o are you nana we boss wa say we be o
mati kasa
that dey na go do na old ECG ya new ECG ye boy hu mo dey pa mo dey we mo hwe ye dadam mfan kase omun be so ye hwe sisi a ni ye hwe
Mate, yeah, that's me brave, video.
Na da be na me bi enu me nza be kan.
Obani, we know the way. Ka wo do mi achembia, ka ma je dodo. All right, okay, so that's it. Bye. All right, so one quick comment from Tester and Commander, what is the guy saying in reference to Dr. Dubik? In Ghana here, most workers even close at 5 p.m. So at what point do these same people converge in their homes at 5 p.m., which is a peak period for them? I don't get it. So Yvonne is asking. Now we have Kajofi Agbe here says, Bobie, this Mahama guy Kayobu, Wamama Yemre. Daniel Agbegozo says, okay, so this is the issue, and I will come here. Also, ne for 2 years now, and onya meter.
Well, Sanya, like they're saying, there used to be a challenge. Say Dubik is say a old, new, or mamu process. In the saw process.
Yes, a new,
Zona and far. Then we can make a case.
Anyway, Abu Black says, I'm watching you guys from Takrade, Wamko 2. Okay, thank you. Maria Adam says, talk is cheap. And we have Bozet Kwesi. Bobie, during the previous administration, people were blaming JM for the unstable light. Doomso. And then Ansah says, yeah, I can tell. Some were in your house, Kwabena, watching you live from New York. Good job done. Okay, thank you. At that tester says, Nicholas Laguda says, very funny excuse from the ECG boss. Bernard Kuru says, I'm watching you guys from Hacho. Okay, thank you. Then we have patient Forrest says, ECG. Omunye serious. Yenia Brewu Kruma Papa. Bernard Kuru says, good work, Bobie. Okay, thank you. Then we have Maria Adams says, if all these issues are because of gadgets, then because I want a gadgets papa be. So I think Ninani planning. Because even with the explanations, yes, and propose dying. Now Omakofa forbid nom do Omababeto area or transformer so and the keka home. So Nina, but the point is, can we create a system, a robust system that will check those things? Because abone for doors, no. I say yes, you have a doors to say you bet me a Siboniano, and yes, I brought you Bonini. You
see, the problem is this Ghana, no. Your land system now any problem. Your land system in this country is a problem. You still now you to me and identify and solve what's that problem. Because one of the funny things woman is me sit down a war
land as in sighting or
Mamenka.
Okay.
Okay. Me sit down war I'm from Puna Menkano. Oyarifa put it is a developed place, all right. But like me sit down was some ghetto be. Makoto asasi or that be sit down. Government has no plan for that area. But asasi ra air tonton asasi no. Ena Ghana for so air to. So
yeah
near to. Government and kasa no any plan for that area. And can the program and so be 1, 2, 3, 4 be one of the structures no eba. Government any plan for that area in the first place only plan say or ye kwan wo ho. Onye plan is say or the insuo air ko. Government program electricity any ho. Wo no. But yen yes now yes see we no. Yan kasa twa ye kwan a ye de ko efie so no ye twa ye kwan ye de ko efie na ye hia nsuo wo se eba ho no Ghana water nye ready say or the nsuo ba electricity enye ready say or ba ho. All right, then now no we find our own ways and means e wo se nyoma we ye den eba and only connections in nyoma na ebe mu no. It is a transformer say 50 kVA bia babesi ho a enya babesi ono obia pese oye den or tap into. But then with the right electrician no can tell you say load na ade we no afa no ain't me fabium because you can say db to so a every the whole place but somebody ebe connection near the na kwakoto so no. Inti ade wa kwa to so no. Na je say I to say the American no wo fie na wo one air conditioner. You know how long your 200 Ghana cedi will last you. Now, 5 or 6 air conditioners. Now, also, how long would that last you? It will drain. Wow. These are some of the problems because, as we are saying, you crow hanum no. Development takes place. I started say planning how to go about things. That's the problem in Ghana. Try a land system in no. Because there are some countries so the government in the infrastructure nobody goes there. Nobody goes there to develop anything unless the government says, okay, we are prepared to move into this zone. Interfere nearby infrastructure, no, which means government has made money available for road construction. Government has made money for utility service. One more piping in Yoma is made them available. They said the Okwa as we can't just say a service plot.
Yeah.
Everything is structured. But Ansah, into this kind of problems, it will never go away.
Anyway, quick one. Sikacha Diano, hello. Okay. Meluzminiano Obesiaba. Now, Rashid Jibril, Maria Adams is asking what kind of analysis is Edgar giving us? Yeah, bro. The issue is about ECG not giving us a better services. So they feel say ECG for no ain't me my good services. That's all. Hello, I'll come back. Pacho, your friend say?
Pacho from Mercy.
Mercy.
Yes.
Abo mama.
Pacho high.
Say.
500 cities.
Kai. What you say?
Pacho 40 cities.
And already 500.
Hi.
I see. Congrats anyway.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mercy. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. Na. Ya open so can see me. Quick one.
No, asem na Edgar Kano. A woman and the big deal so a woman. But you see, Kwabena, the ama discussion no akobanie. I say who opposition. And like I always use the loaf of bread to explain why we had done so. Now, governments before John Mahama, I encounter problems with generation. In the case of me of Akufo or tribe, yeah, but according to me,
or try to say.
Your bompire.
Because no over the as of work or course of
and there's far generators by I know the
say George as a government just for a culture
of a recunanya, dear so and can you see any trend.
More for me, you know.
You see, Kwabena, then comes in John Mahama who says, look, I was elected as president to solve problems or fix them. And so, let me take the bull by its horn. And one loaf of bread, now, in the past, a family of 3, a father, mother, son, and daughter, Ediano. So, say, no, the family, no, ya expanded. Ama, abedu se, me mana nanum krampo no yensia, ntino. Obi also so light libya. The one loaf of bread na nenka kani yedi no enso yen. Enu ntie ne my shedi load no and na wo be didi extra wo nidi. When e kofa dum so ba yo. Assemble na oti opposition e kufa do oti opposition no oka. And then fortunately for this government, one mau pan no na na buso ama wan kasa wa ba be confirm say you have excess capacity. Meboa. And in the abundance of water, no, the food is still thirsty. And every Ghanaian will be right to say, then who mom now we are mismanager. You are not managing the thing well because you have power in excess, but you are not able to even let power now in excess. No, swing.
What
I say?
Nipa deɛ so far as I'm not satisfied, I can say what I want to say.
Yes.
But that does not make it the fact. The reality must also come out.
Yes.
So, yes. Excess generation, say, yeah, money broso. You will be brave. Na Dubik maybe honor go be to me, I think.
But do you remember, said Dubik said, because
you see one of the things that and another maker say, you see, and you may be a was say you're fan of serious so I am me beside me who say even at parliament can Oforiata the budget beto. When I go through the budget, I don't see these issues being addressed. Unfortunately, 275 members in Somote Parliament, no. As if we say Oman Kasa, no, they don't know what they are doing there. I didn't know what your friend is saying, population council or population census. I didn't know what.
It's for the planning purposes.
It's for the planning purposes. Into your child says every 7 years, your projection now. Ghana at a certain time in 2021, I guess, when this report came out, the government statistician say we are growing at a rate of 2.15%. So what it simply means is that ordinary arithmetic every year be a nipa 600,000. Ghana. Every year be a nipa 600,000 eba. Into all things being equal, no. So 7 years near the number 35 million. Budgets are presenting, no. How? What is in the budget? Say we are making provision for sa nipa 5 million no mo within the 7 years. Oh no. You don't see anything in the budget. Akwa to say, doso no na enyoma so doso. Okay? So for instance, you ask yourself, out of 5 million no, emu send the beye akron for. Emu send the beye ewudi for. Since you see your presence, have we expanded the prisons? Have we built new prisons? Because automatically you will have more criminals coming into the system. And one thing I say more prisons see I your friends saying. Your friends saying congested. Because ever since I see signs of one prison here, you see one. We have not made provision for certain things. So no. And one thing Yetiwe, water is a problem because you have not planned to take care of womuna yes and no. And these are the problems in Tina Bibi Kitwe be eba penona ahotre aiden aba. In the same way I friends Nkrumah see your friends saying Akosomboy, right? Nature Senka from Nkrumah's time, how many years now? If each government could be acquired 100 kV kilowatts eka electricity generation for all these years.
So Edgar, the problem we are having and I make projections are yet to me and projected. Yes. Because now at least go and take car power. Car power will give you around 270 or 300. Offer a Mary, a generated power. Offer a generated power. Okay, so we know to send command analyst to word. If indeed those who claim that we have power in excess say na they do big catch what stops a government in 8 years to project say okay my mean focusing on how to protect ɛyɛ power no a yɛ generate a wɔ hɔ no sɛ bɛyɛ a nkurɔfoɔ nkokɔ ɛso basa aburokyerɛ systems. Why can't we build such systems here to protect the
two things,
the electricity
infrastructure? But before you come in, more to the point is where can you be wo?
Yeah,
America buying. I say distribution of power no. A big problem am I? Enunti me PDS asem na making.
Yeah.
Mida was it Mida?
Yeah, Mida.
Took SSA. Me de misika $550 million. Ba share and I'm kani no distribution. Send a beya crisis and can you say bano because it was projected say baba. Yeah. Yeah. Ade bakwa obekaya. Free President Kufuor 2008 now we are buying back Professor Mills ba John Mahama no afena amanfo akono a omanya for air condition no na air cost pa.
Of course.
No, don't make that mistake. First of all, air conditioning is not luxury.
It's not.
Yeah,
it's not.
And then just a hamatani about whether na your friends say a kakra. But the kind of heat that runs through the system between January to early May, no.
I know she.
So air conditioning and your luxury. You need it as a human being. Yeah. As a human being, you need it.
Yeah.
Well, no.
But when you
Massa, let me tell you something. Okay. Yeah, can say when my dear friend no mental health. Mental health. When your body is not adjusted properly, what done a demo you didn't have a good sleep. Do you know how it affects your productivity? How strong you are?
So it comes back to the issue of how
you see you are dying. You see.
Because one question say,
Massa,
first for the fun,
the weather. Don't forget, we have all this climatic condition, global warming. We have all these things. Don't forget about these things. I'm just a heat now. I say somewhere about 2 weeks ago. Now I said Nahamatan or ko, and I say unity. Before then, now unme wearable. A run on airborne. Me say. What obi crack in the car because all clad air conditioning ye jumana. You know the heat into air conditioning and things and your luxury. We need them, but at the end of the day, it comes at a cost. It comes at a price. So no. But one of the things that I also hear when they say, all these things that we are talking about, for me, my problem has always been with our engineers and then the government as a whole. At the frontier, we always want to rely on this thermal, fossil fuel. That is what I don't understand. Why do we want to always rely on fossil fuel? Because fuel, right? The moment the prices begin to tumble, dollar no. Now a cost of production and everything becomes high because you need to buy the fuel. Adentina area simha. Area simha. 1 hour. 1 hour of sunlight. 1 hour of sunlight. The energy it produce free sunlight 1 hour is more than the whole world need for 365 days. The energy requirements for the whole world for 1 whole year, 1 hour sunlight produces that energy all for us. Into your expertise, your engineers, all these technocrats guys are they be a back coat na ye cabrofo near workshop ye seminar. Why can't we develop the solar system? Why can't we develop the solar system? Free energy. Nyankopo amadi ye free. Just a debia de connection woman kwan. Anyway, be connection the
come back. I don't even discuss the wind energy.
Ye kwa tofu na manfo twa homo cat home.
Now one quick comment here, because Joe Dyke says, Bobie, everyone in Saudi Arabia uses air conditioning. You cannot live without it, and it is not expensive. It is not expensive to use air conditioner in Saudi Arabia anyway. Ojaba Gabazi says, so did you want to tell us if you have air conditioning, TV, fridge, and bulbs is called overload or transformers on transformer? So then the light cannot be on. Okay, so the guy is just asking, say, yeah. But Ojaba, the issue now, ECG can't want to discuss no yeah. The illegal you know you did good transformers no so you na ema transformers no so load no ekosra na entrepreneur say the problem about Edgar, the problem as you say no obi antimi entiase ne say when John Mahama was telling us that look ade we yen solve no once and for all ye free hydro we are seeing free hydro ecothermal one more nka so mo bua ema yenya healthy discussions then say no a technical because you need time to build a thermal plant enye brudu o boy ya na dia kwashe furu no mu you know ba na mudi wo mo no the politics and can you do ma or say no and find politics. That is the problem we are having now.
And I may just say that it's not a question say what more the politics. Like I'm saying, no. NDC was in power. MPP for Eka and Sem. NDC for ANC. And then MPP is in power. NDC for Ekasa. MPP say Omuntie. There is this. There is this. I don't want to go into those politics. I don't want to go into nothing. No, wait a minute. I don't want to go into politics. I'm telling you. No. Bobie, I don't want to go there. Yes, listen to me. I don't want to go there. Listen to me. Nothing. Okay. You can point one. Okay. If that is what you say, so be it. I don't want to get there. But what I'm saying is this. But if somebody needs to No, you see, don't tell me that NDC are angels. No. So they are not. Exactly. So they faulted. I agree. Then let's keep quiet there. I'm trying to make is this. Anybody in power, so far as they did 2 minutes in same no. If you say him too much, he is never prepared to listen. And I say it cuts across all governments. It cuts across from the beginning of time. Because a new man kitty be or no mad. Walker. She said the Eka said, Obi the second Uforiata. Right? Who is he listening to? He's not listening to anybody because he thinks he knows it all. The mess in which the country is in, he still does not see it like it's a mess. So far as he's concerned, he's doing a good job. When you listen to the MPP friends saying, is it communicators or whatever, it is like, who accepts that the country is in a mess? They don't accept. So far as they are concerned, they are doing a good job. Akufo-Addo thinks he's the best president. Okay? He thinks the best president that the country has ever had. That is it. Whoa. Then all these things are happening. Right? In John Mahama's time, John thought he was the best president. Yeah. I mean, it goes on like that. But the reality is this, like I'm saying, let me tell you something. One thing I'm a catch a friend saying, Public Accounts Committee. I met a few of them and then I said something to them very simple. More Public Accounts Committee, more State House. And our job says, and I says, Yamani didn't fulfill. Job, State House. Job system. Job system. Yet a friend saying, how do you call it? Budget, I bet 2 million. More approval budget. Okay? More share a year for. National Fire Service budget Mumpo National Fire Service the tender now no the highest it can go 4 floors most 10th 11th 12th floors one amote eja top 5th floor na eba soro honoma meanwhile, your budget beto no. No. You didn't even see the tender. Now, just you didn't even approve one tender for them. Maybe I no more parachute. Hana make a normal parachute. You won't be free. Fine. And then look at what is happening here. And then that's why I'm asking them. Now I'm saying, Parliament, look at you, right? Even your own lives, you are not seeing how important your own lives are. Meanwhile, we are still giving people licenses to be building sky-rise buildings of how many floors, and nobody is concerned. Nobody is taking anything. Into a Jan Tomu na enkrofo ni nsisi aden de esi wo foreign affairs building no ye mfa nsu anyansa. Na ye enkrofo nshi enwu ne embe form committee na omumra benum tea ni cream crackers. Now at the end of the day nothing happens. So it tells you the mentality. You go and make noise about this, nobody cares. And I told them personally, Obaku Jaka them say, yeah, Edgar, I said, okay, they true. And I'm saying, fire service, or more budget, but Tom winning. Did anybody scrutinize to see? It doesn't matter to them. Because at the end of the day, fire service, they but you see the kind of
meanwhile you're building and
meanwhile or not the same fire service no or no, you see you can't understand fire service no, you are the person also giving permits to people to build those.
Meanwhile uni gadget BBC anyway Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant Mr. Osa wonye wodi a we Ghana ni wotemenka on car ne boarding se wonye wodi akọ ne kwaje wodi na bow car na engine no ho ban na ene no wade a somu yie o wade a somu yie because se car uma engine no bogbrra e car ubebo no ubetutu no enya asemkuma but to protect o car na engine na abeye smooth ama de bia no use Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant ebeboa pa Ghana for agiatum we are safe for nyina agiatum 0244-577-559 ubetumi afre omo now Mamenka Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic once a month the bright soldier capsules and a bright garlic plus capsules aba na adia yema omo no say omo side provide ambulance services into behwe no se bia person high ambulance what do we need Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic omo beboa omo say ko various shops across the country ubenya bright soldier capsules and a bright garlic plus capsules ni bi ato Mamenka top choco for and a day top choco chocolate spread aba na no so na de the fa brodomu nkoda no omuko school now the before brodomu mom sa no money age papa one man decided 3-in-1 chocolate drink the ohia no so age osuo hie wo hwie gumu a waya una okono so top choco Ghana force say o sorry na so benya hoode na no pa o breakfast no no afa 3-in-1 chocolate drink from 0243033033 onsa ebetimi aka omo ye ba be last adjuma na ye de apon. I'll be back.
The Makohu Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. No, who cried me, say, and Nunti Nomania Award, a word bestie, Obian Transit Emma Dumpemia, the Cassa, and Assam Boya, the Ancanon to them you.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. A senior want to say, near Kuro Etuno, near Anka, Awanum, Obana, Bemo Power, and Yarwankaye. Nancy Mameka say, and the Spana Cod Ekayeno. Greenfield Adarumenti, and was our Solejan and also APM. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, our ultramodern laboratory. And a diagnostic machine, sir. I should share the Pedium Kasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our Nunga Dogon, Estate Junction, last stop. Frewa 0243-983-906 and 0261-651-898. Greenfield. God is our healer. Greenfield. Your last stop.
Some swing, my button bra.
No one on origin, Julia.
And now, when I wash a school, some dear. What's our fee? I wonder what fee JH. Look for SHS1. Let's sniff your sharp, papa.
Oh, he Ansah. See us some day. St. Andrews SHS for sale. Some from the resource in Bempa. When you're what day? What before be? What's that SHS1 that waiting result? Then you need an index number, Baba. The true resource in the bar. Next, I'll bet you. No more will be in Smith.
Aha, private school
St. Andrews SHS. Or your grade A private school. And you will be able to school. And you go school or what? When you saw home from open over SHS 2, on SHS 3. Nasafi no be SHS 1. None resource in Bay Park. Let's see. One boarding house or what? Oh, yeah, corner there. Teachers no so forcible from him was yarding. Or pass was easy. A better will be a general arts, business, economics, agri, general science, visual art. So be St. Andrews, and men campus who are asking for su. Wakra Hadzi, you will test it cheap level. Last off, 0244 696911. St. Andrews SHS. We are always in the lead.
When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huadeng.
Refuse to grow, and young offense were back.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and you're ready for Gadmusa Wayano, and Sawunum Imbusaba Mesa, a Peja immune system, Nabribia, Yariantimu. Say, dear, a month for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, Dronua dance, yes, say, and Yarwa who ran Nipa and Yina, a Timmy Banaso, and in Yarwa Cassian Kaya, Witini D and a whole car. No, was suing you know, a way of buying every home. And now I'm pa, one dada, no monum doctor in Rono, and no imbusaba mesanoa, and more who are deep in tea. Ya womuntum pose, Yaria as your moho. Imbusaba mesa, and walk crazy, and you are may move bia your toe in row, and to form friend 0246 20 8496. FDA, Ashisha said, Jedi and Crack to Imaja to Musay.
Obeda, Koda, a man of the den cry. Tabia Takum, where a member you don't know, a me and one day, and one day, I am member, and you think a band may be a here, and to for any. And you'll be a pretty good Tombia and chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, and herbal shops. Beer. I was gonna handle beer. And I said, Fraying, I was 0243 686861 and 0245 749206. Sankatwe, FDA Fajatu, Kaise, Tabia Takumia, Bembe Bia Takum. Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
Lincoln Professional Institute, a school pongbia, yetra odisua bibia de, ema na adwene mu ebobe programs ayeye no, baako any advanced business certificate examinations, ABC, emuno courses aye offer a diploma in business administration, diploma information technology, IT, nye toswe bien a general business certificate examinations, a GBC, saranso ne classes for wasi, esan ye wasi remedials, enti osuku dibia wentwa ne wasi insohwe ne betumi aba ye wasi remedials ewe ye ngasye asem de ne say ye waye biometric registration nyina wa ha mfi ha nkwa bia ye be bribia ma ogenew emfaso a ewo ABC ene GBC programs ayeye no ema wakwenya ema wunya admission eco level 200 ewo university bia ubenya nimdia wiase nyina agya atuma efata say ubetwa won sohwe Lincoln Professional Institute de ye wa akyerɛkyerɛfo anwa adwene mu abɔbe wa wonimu de ye school fees de eye fofofo ye san gyina mu bua ma wunya admission with university yema free career guidance and academic counseling ye wo hostel facility mamia ne merema ne boyefo enti baby a odi uti beto de enwene hu bio Lincoln Professional Institute e wo Madina Rolling Circle Accra inchirechire mu bia freying 0243 530 917 and 0241 240 688 and 0576 046 421.
Police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huadeng.
Refuse to grow, and young offense were back.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and you're ready for Gadmusa Wayahubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a Peja immune system Nabribia, ya yare ntimiu sese die amanfo dodo no na di imbusaba mesha dodo ho dance yese enyarewa horo anipa enyina etimi ba ne so ene nyarewa kese nka ya wuti ne din ene ho ka na oyemu ahyew nyina no ebo ye ho ban afiri ho enna wo mpo a omu wo nyarewa ne dada no omu nom doctor enuro no ennom imbusaba mesha no a emo mu ahoden pintin ya wo mu ntimpo se yare ese omu ho imbusaba mesha ewo kanshi ene o maimu babia yeto enuro etufo mfre 0246 208496 FDA ahyehyɛ sɛ adwadie nkrato yi magye ato mu sɛ yɛ
All right, so live on Accra 100.5, yes, yeah, baby. Star 413 hash, star 413 hash. No abomode. Okay, so you go to Ora Alan Chematin, and I think I don't know whether a direct response to Ora Kofi Bento.
Mahmoud Bawumia. He's been vice president. He has had all the opportunity working with the president to do whatever he can do for this country. And let me be very, very fair to the sitting president. The sitting president has been fair to the vice president. He's giving him all the opportunity to run this country. The man is tired. There's nothing new he can do. And that's a fact. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He's been vice president. He has had all the opportunity working with the president to do whatever he can do for this country. And let me be very, very fair to the sitting president. The sitting president has been fair to the vice president. He's giving him all the opportunity to run this country. The man is tired. There's nothing new he can do. And that's a fact. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He's been vice president. He has had all the opportunity working with the president to do whatever he can do for this country. And let me be very, very fair to the sitting president. The sitting president has been fair to the vice president. He's giving him all the opportunity.
Last response of the man, Ghana for, and I think I have it here, and let me just read through it quickly.
I'm reading something here.
Yeah.
I resign you.
As national organizer?
I don't know.
It could be fake.
Oh, they be source with the correct source. Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah, source with the very correct.
Okay. Mon check me here. But or resign on what?
I must how can was into was.
When we have and
I just saw it out. There's no information, so I don't know whether a fake news. Maybe as I say for the
Anyway, so Ghana for response and quick one. I say my earlier post elicited a lot of responses. Many say that they tried this government and it failed them, and so they want to do another trial. The same people are advocating for someone who earlier failed and was rejected. It is amazing that they can't see the huge contradiction. That position is illogical when they advocate for JM. You tried JM and Anado and you claim they failed. DMB has not been tried and he has not failed as president. So that logic falls flat. By the trial logic, the person left is DMB. If you are not to return to the certified proven failure, then only DMB is qualified. I'm simply saying, give the man a fair hearing. He is not Nanado. And he has been the best VIP in Ghana's history. In life, we move forward. Don't go back, especially to what you tried and failed when you have a fresh choice. For me, even if I'll make a mistake, I'll make it going forward and not backward. Okay, so Shalom. This one is coming from Obia sent me message say Nanabi I resign because of the emission tax he was talking about, that the government should withdraw and all that. But yamra back to this matter. Listen, mame mona mane Edgar Baba Baby. So Ansah Martin has waded into this conversation on social media and other places. Is going on Kwabena and ignite adino and I'm out for ATSM say look, we won't allow you to do a annual DNA bill. But this is Ansah Martin's position that Bobie is just tired. Wabre eso jade no no ko pepe bitna.
Kwara de di kan na wo se ye nyina edin kan hu se wo ye adwuma na ebi adwuma no in the course of activity no obra ye hu Bawumia onye adwuma bia ena wabre. He has nothing to offer. I'm surprised Alan is saying say Bawumia abre adwuma be na waye. What I say onye adwuma bia entino I think say he has been very charitable, considering maybe bia oni ne wa bamu ne bia Alan na won said that mpe nyoma bi enti bia na he's just been economical with the truth. Bawumia a free ada obeye running mate in 2008. Eba ya bepim 2016 no metimi aka say 2014 15 16 ho no ena o started say oye bibi amagana fua agina tum say he can be a politician. And I started say oye public lectures. I think say after public lectures now no when you adwuma bia da we are paying him money for no work done.
Okay, so
he has been the most lazy vice president Ghana.
Member back to you, but lawyer Martin Pebu one Professor Jampo Tama Kwabena Kofa issue ni by no, they also waded in and now my conversation lawyer Akwaba
Bobie
Council Boko there.
I'm not the more.
Yeah, they're ready. I say, minim say Kwabena come out di no utisi mu Professor Jampo no so ba mu me ready motos near the but then nwumre o ma more response Ansah na o kwa say obeye minim say who the response no a.
Okay, Bobie me quite you katra but me responded directly to Bentil.
Yeah.
I've been talking about Bawumia anyway.
Yeah.
I can say da. But Bentil, don't know specifically, and that me call a XYZ TV. You can vice president who has himself on Bohuti, on board number. But I wasn't subscribed talking about Bentil. But the American one, fine. It's okay. Now Bentil is my good friend.
Yes, and yet also one direct no.
Friendship won't come in because
anyway. Not the response to one more woman in your not directly at you or more woman in your and but Nami Busasa one who response on the by and it's still on Dr. Bawumia that Dr. Bawumia won't fail won't need president da Akufo-Addo a fail John Mahama fail but say Akufo-Addo a fail kra Bawumia fail that is his argument.
Say serious lawyer Bentil me am a lawyer I be make an appointment to Peace FM that I may juma na be radio too so me omokin kan mu kwesi prat me kwame se faka mu na obi dichim say wan kasa and you ready portion nature and view na akonia dichim say Bentil and kasa mu ready ho kwesi prat me ready ho bi nchire no na da ho pise no. Listen, I didn't dare, to be honest, do Bentil is my lawyer and the Esre. Obi Abekatrio say so sometimes no. We don't have to go on and on and on. It's obvious. Say Nasimo okay, we be and Tasum So sometimes we don't need to, spend so much time on it. It's so clear. That's not about me and Kasampuni. Only, we akwala bi organ ahead him say, they be Baumia Kufa today, or more dear and some more papa. You see, or more bushian aye, Katashi Sene Proya Nayo Mumma, Omina, Tinaka Japan, Akase, Omukwa Muvi, Sikasa, Kufa appointees, this government. So it includes Baumia. Omuna can Japan so Muvi, Sikadia Kwasha Butchery, as if there is no tomorrow. Japan said it. Say they are stealing money and stashing it abroad like there's no tomorrow. Well, better say Baumia has not been involved in this government. It's not true. A friend is saying, on video now, a Koran, Ubehu, Yaosafumafo, or Presi Baumia, or Baumia, or Jumatine. He's in charge of the economic management team, and economic management team. So initially, mobile IMF programs na abwa economy. IMF program na JM coin, that's the 16th one. No, also yeah, we call IMF program now much children on Sani na at the discipline back into 2017-2018. Abwa. Ube so afuma fujina video ni no si Baumia or Juma pana yembo nsemumano. So quite clearly, even before Safumafu said it, Baumia is always say he's involved. Into then to Kokasi and test Baumia and Obwa because Safumafu video no. Me too, Bobie when you video no.
Yeah, Mashebi.
Yeah, you see Safumafu saying that when Bonsuma Baumia no Juma pan on the or your mixed liberal ball no or position bia or say he's so professional, he's secretary, he's that normally to me yeah. Onya Hunter, Onya no who say or vice president or to so they be very down to earth, playing different roles. Internet says all the bad football one or your midfield liberal. Into on the liberal. Oh. So yeah, because he interested about me, then that would be false because they said he was very instrumental in 2017-2018, So certainly economy no better to take Ansah, and also Kahu. And apart from that, the 26 lies and misrepresentations by Baumia, may Sadi Ubine Etroy. Said Bobie, I don't know, the last time I made that studio. See, I can come.
Yeah.
And also, Bessie Zongo, secondary school, so Zongo's Nina, and I only knew I recently, when we said, and no, Oman, and on my side, they see two Zongo, two secondary schools. Oh, so that they are on the cafe, or my shaft, and I never go acquainted for the red. Science na recently o say kaya yifu mo ensi nti o mo hu say election e ban nti me hu bi say o mo nya 2 bi wo Madina hwe obi a mo ba 7 years mo anye 8 year no mu na why 2 nti ne nyansa office oben say promises na mo fulfill ye no obefa ni nyina no aye nkakra bi nti okwa o si ohun kaya yifu no ye see 2 hostels nti enema gu akwan mu for the rest. Zongo secondary schools, so some Kasombe secondary schools, Zongo's minimum for all the regions, right? And also, yes, I 2. After the Omunyansa or Munyano, no, say the Biano, almost the Bika Clan, Kochoki, all of their promises, no making any Yahuaka say, Omugusu, it's work in progress. Oh, but I do it, no, it's so clear, but anyway, will be the unless
a cabefi.
Yeah, David, with your quan or
that's it. Council. Yeah, that's a bit
and that's it.
Okay, all right, so that's it. I'm back to the studio. Little Bonopo, we nominate Ganyu.
Kwabena may say, Alan has been very charitable and very economical with the truth.
Oh, but you make me a car.
Oh, no, but it's not fair, say, baby, Alan. Or then Nama Yosemwa Kwakudria, she say no, or the leader of the movement for change, a radical group now or behave to say or so for original Popitanim, trying to mesmerize the audience. I don't think it's right. No, I was saying the panel, what can I send yet here? Baumia is a very, very, very lazy man, and who made sir. Tembiano, or ye chew and poor type. What you say? And yes, I been, but exams no. I will say the examination, as they have always said, favors fools. and you know he's able to pass it. But sending dear pa dear, I'm sure you know one of his mates are Madam Fo. Or say Bawumia nye obia oye scholar wabeng debi. And me hwani ne ye na ohun say mpempi no nipa a oye braggart no say oka asem na ono ankasa ne gestures ne kura timi hu say I say o bragge ebi kura na owo car but otimi say dwa na num say me aeroplane even though car no kura pon ye piansa na ajeso what you say
ona walk
the way now Bawumia be dwa na num as a lecturer. And you know what got people swindled and made people feel say he had something to offer, no? And then a new beam, because myself, like I said yesterday, no, it was a novelty, say a vice presidential candidate, one mounted platform, trying to, you know, be very practical with the theories, and what terms are a year propounded by, I mean, persons in economics are or more in what it takes, you know, to mend the wounds at that time. And on my aphorisms, maybe. For example, if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you and all, so many of them. Only for him to become vice president. And he say, okay. Akufo-Addo na kra na beka say Bawumia. The Nyankopon de wiase nyansa nyina hye ne trim.
Oh, ayi.
Na o ka no. Na nani da so nyina ne Bawumia. And you could feel it in his voice. In fact, Obeka say even as candidate Akufo-Addo no or introduce Bawumia say the economic woes of this country, no, because of Bawumia, it will come to an end. Then you come and you woefully fail up, you perform abysmally. And then the word economy, no, it has become a difficulty. Say Bawumia, betimiaka economy. And now quickly, no, what Ganya ko say, your friend is saying, digitization achi. And now you see adia nya wo na de baaye no e difficult so bet me defend. Akwa to say wo ye o doctorate na obi atwe o thesis ama na afi yesi be defend. Na nipa kro na o twe o thesis ma no Nyankopon atonsa afre no oni wiase biem. And
ka ba fie
wa kire o de e wo kwa wo se wo ka. Enti how do you defend your thesis? What you say? So Bawumia no enkofo na tro sa lectures ni nyina ma no na okodwa nanum ana sa nkofo no ebi ni wiase it say no how does he defend his thesis no oba abem no when timi and defend the thesis na kan sam bebrebe a wo kan ye no enya John Mahama IMF okọ ya enka the first 2 years of Akufo-Addo Bawumia regime no ekomu hu baby omo famfa. And no so when IMF eyi ni say free economy no afi no on eniguase e be kan ene motimi akwa ma the most ridiculous one cry e ba ya just say me hu how a government can just stoop this very lowest lower bar na to its barest say Russia now no ya only Ukraine for kontokwa no omo economy no look at the economic indices and the indicators no hwe baby omo economy no omo ye to bomb wo mu kuro mu no hwe baby omo economy indicators no ejinjina na ye de etino Alan should tell it as it is. He should be able to tell it as it is. Bawumia is a very lazy man. It's not as if he went to work and he has you know, fatigue after working. He has not worked. He's only drawing salaries for no work done. For no work done. Obi ntimi nkyerɛ me adwuma Bawumia ayɛ baako pɛ. Untimi nkyerɛ me. Because untimi I make sure baby free. everything digitization and digitalization John Mahama and I want the credit for it. On the dimijina baby na make sabaye. Ono na your friend is saying or lay the first fiber optics in this country. Ono na see digital center, ono na see data center. Entino bam time and na Uber ba Ghana ha. Ade na wo de be boy ekro no ba omi ade be boy ekro no. Say ono na ye Ghana Post GPS ne oka say we were leaf flogging na den no sa ne ma na okeka keka ni nyina no se nya Mahama enka sa de no nka mai Uber Mahama time na
2015 na amafo
Uber me use Uber me kram ko tobi man kofo Mahama time na omo ba ye Uber wo Ghana enti de na omo de fa so fa nkofo ko baby fa say ba omi na de bae enti Mahama time no Uber no omunam kofo fi no mbokokoko. Were we not using the app? And was it not GPS? You see how Baumia is a criminal? He can just use words. And you see, when you have persons that are able to swindle you with raps, Baumia say or benya guess pa. Onim rap. But
what did we go?
Or koshe dem a ontimi nyehu. I just say okobusa sewa. And I just so kubusa say wa media menko. But Bento there, Kofi Bento there, me no, I think say the least I discuss him the better for me because you know I don't discuss such persons. You have a right to choice. No, me, I have said it to myself, say I will always make sure my brain works effectively before I make a choice. There are people who don't find the need to apply their IQs. Ebi musoso IQ wo low. Obi o ha odwen ansa no aye bibi. Me no. Obi also okoye wi ansa no akofia kodwen ho. I think the latter is a big thing that can happen, can create a mess in a life. Or on a right to choice. Also opeba omia. Me kura mi hu na oseba omia kakra. In terms of their reasoning, their life and behavior, oseba omia. I'm not surprised. But to tell me, say, you saw Baumia here, it's the big lie, a big fat lie. That's one I hear. As far you go so cry, yes, one I anyway, I saw him what fairly. John Mahama was vice before becoming president. John Mahama could not even as president beat his own record as vice when he was the economic management team head. Sir, economic indicators are in terms of inflation, GDP growth, and all that, as vice president, When will be what? Fourth Republic, when will be that? And what be president? And amo, when you Akufo-Addo, sika Ghana for the mamu, some of them, John Mahama, okoji loans nkwa 54 billion. 54 billion no Ghana for ebetimi do mo nsa kyerɛkyerɛ nneɛma bebrebe so a ɛyɛ yɛn fa so deɛ Akufo-Addo ane Baumia ɔmo nkyerɛ yɛn efi yɛ fɛ ne sɛn 2017 to date they cannot even account for 10% of money they have accrued. They cannot. Whopa after say ɔmo afiri aban mu no yɛnyɛ national audit from 2017 to 2025 January 7 yenye national audit ni ehwe se enioma Akufo-Addo no ba ban mu nyina o ma ye nie how much did it cost Ghana? It will not accrue to 10% of sika akodi omo ho. Criminals in government. Then you Kofi Bento, you think you can fool us because you look in our eyes and faces and you think you see fools. This time kwasi ani ate agro ni begu ene no mamonam so solicit for views me wa yeah, and that's the first time our politician be yes I think the first time na ye ba in democracy the constitution framers of the constitution went round like that soliciting for market women and all those their views and to just get a constitution for Ghana. They went round. She say Mahama is going round. But we had the yes, we are high Mackenzie for no South Africa for no mutual the manifesto man. Yeah, channel. Or match the obey.
Anyway,
this time a down boss. And the obey. Ni na ye se nyansa wo mu a e be di akire se nyansa ni mu a ye beka
anyway but Edgar na obi sending me message e wa say no busa me because enra na me ni one MPP communicator engagement on Facebook and o ka kire me say vice president office no like Kofi Brent argument no vice president office na your office bia wo ha won't be function and all that ana me busa ni pan say enti na omunim saa na questions no a ba omiade kwama misata as vice president onya no no economic no questions no now say misata enya no in what capacity if onim say as a vice president your office doesn't matter. You doesn't come into anything, it's of no use. Inti na omo esre park esie misata as vice president no. Na eyedianya. I don't know. Anyway, Yango.
You see, one of your biggest problems is Ghanaians and Kasai are gullible. Big gullible. Just I say. Yeah, said ye knew my a year a fan. And tina politicians, don't always ride us. Said ye, we allow our brains to function. Yeah, type of politicians na yenyano. And don't always ride us. I feel so, and you may be or yan na yede. Yes, so your one, your money in your grounds. But then, no, quite a number of the issues that we waste the airspace on, are totally unnecessary. But as someone says, no, that is how the Ghanaian is. So you have to play it for the Ghanaian. Into Berkshire, politics, they be politics as a man, you know what? I don't think it's some of these issues. Like I keep saying, they don't merit discussion. One, Obi as an individual, and or say, or prefer Bawumia to John Mahama or Akufo-Addo, because Onufu say these two people have had a chance. We know only a chance, and you feel say we back obey me IBB. That is the person's opinion. Do we need to spend time debating it? You don't have to spend time debating it. Obi Sobekanasem say, yes, John Mahama came to power. He's seen whatever went wrong. He wants to come and right the wrongs. That is somebody's opinion. Do we debate it? The problem is that we are going to the polls. Come either December or November, ye ko polls. Ye kwa koto aba. Ye kwa kuchusu who will be our next leader. Okay? Because Akufo-Addo we win 8. At the cry wa dream na what they call your friend is saying. You know, your friend saying box reference saying boot no. They are what you at the call. It is up to you. At the end of the day, you can't abana the way the first no say wafa. The OD second no best back again. That's another matter. Into people's opinions about issues, no. I don't think it's worth wasting time discussing, because everybody has an opinion about something. Everyone has an opinion about something. Asama Alan Ekano, or no Alan, he's been with Bobie for what, almost 7 years or something. they all work together under the same government.
Yeah.
And he was also a member of the EMT. Alan was a member of the EMT.
Yes.
Yes. And no, but no, say, well, knowing who the man is, no. Won't feel say the man has any, your friends say, thing to offer. Fine. That is what he sees, right? Obisu Jinan. You see, I was asking a question the other day, collectively, collectively. I was going to say, Alan, you are part of the economic management team.
Mm-hmm.
Do you hold yourself also responsible for the mess in the country?
My busa question, we are about 1,000 times.
Because you're also part of it. Collectively, you all took the decision.
Yeah, cabinet minister.
You see, collectively, you took the decision. And, it is not about, say, because a media name in Peneso, but do one say, yeah, Peneso, and I say. Those kind of arguments, they don't, your friends, come in. I was going to say, Asema initially near came. NDC guys decided that they will vote against something. MPP people use their numbers to vote them out. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, you say a parliament.
Yeah.
You say a parliament na pass it. That is the decision.
So to against
parliament na aye. So what he said down and say is he is part of the economic mess and now you want to shift the blame. So some of these things, no. But then you see, one of the funny things you say, woman, is you see the economic management team, no. I quite to say, how do you call it? A cabinet, okay? I quite to say cabinet. Cabinet on its own cannot do anything without the approval of the president, because cabinet is actually assisting the president. Well, no, cabinet no. Woman Jumani said one more assist the president in help decision making, blah blah blah. But then the final thing is in the hands of the president. The same thing, the economic management team, no. You are like a sidekick of the president. Into whatever you do, no. At the end of the day, the president must give his approval to it and say, I want it this way or I don't want it that way. And don't forget that there have been few times our president Nankasa Ayede at chair economic management meetings. He himself has chaired the meetings.
Yeah.
Well, no. Into some of these things, no. When you are discussing them now, I feel say maybe we do them for academic exercises. But the bottom line is boot na for air communal, right? As Bawumia himself said sometime, the economy is how you feel in your pocket. The economy,
yeah,
how you feel in your pocket. Inti wona kwa to abano no. How you feel as an individual living in Ghana, no. So you have that choice. So uji this Bawumia ebeba no baby in the year. It is up to you. If you feel Bawumia should get out and JDM should come now, it's up to you. So mumi enu na antinase na afafranto imraswa is up to you. But some of these, like I say, arguments here and there, it's just waste of breath and time.
But Edgar, I think such conversations also help us to take decisions. It shapes our minor thinking. That is why across the world we talk about personalities, political personalities. What can they do? We discuss it. Where I challenge with Kofi Benton. Ne right up no se Kofi Benton di shemu say Bawumia ye say. Then we can tackle the policies.
That is what I'm saying.
Then we can discuss it.
That is the point I'm making. And I made earlier that you see that is your opinion.
Yes.
So and I'm saying so I don't need to debate your opinion. Okay? Say adiena ye dia toho. Now you can say then taking a decision on something now. That is when we can get into a debate. All right. Ebia ye kwa koye ejume bi. there's something for us to do. How do we approach it? What are the things that we have to do? That one we can get into a debate. But opinion in here, that is opinion. If you debate it, whatever it is, like I'm saying, it's just an academic exercise. It doesn't go anywhere, right? As you rightly said, you would have wished they say, Enka Oma